hostilities that Russia are pursuing, we have, of course, a very important diplomatic and cultural front, where Ukraine is also fighting for its identity, because this is what Russia wants to do, not only to destroy Ukraine as a country and as a nation, but also to destroy Ukraine's identity, to erase our identity, to erase our cultural identity. Today, Russia destroys our cultural heritage, Russia destroys our museums and libraries, Russia tries to deprive Ukraine of its national identity. And we're very much grateful to all the countries participant of this conference who support Ukraine in terms of our sovereignty, territorial integrity, support Ukraine militarily, politically, financially, support Ukraine within UNESCO, and in terms of safeguarding that Ukraine preserves its cultural heritage sites and is capable to continue the recovery of cultural sites, which is an extremely important pillar of Ukraine's future victory. Russia has made both museums and libraries as guardians of culture, guardians of memory, guardians of Ukrainian identity, a deliberate target. According to the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications of Ukraine, 34,872 museum items, just think about this figure, 34,000 museum items of the state part of the museum fund were stolen by Russia from 6 museum institutions in 5 occupied regions of Ukraine. To date, the occupiers have damaged 625 and destroyed 181 libraries, damaged 112 and destroyed 17 museums. These figures speak for themselves. This is the result of a targeted genocide against Ukrainian nation. The desire to eradicate Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian language, and Ukrainian nation as a whole. We understand that Ukraine is right now not only at the front of our military activities, but also at the front of cultural activities aimed at preserving cultural heritage in Europe. I know that for our Latvian colleagues, this is not the first experience for holding such a conference, and we are very much glad to be here today and to hear the speech of the Latvian colleague. It's very important that in these difficult times, we do not forget about the culture. Culture is important for the recovery of Ukraine. It will be a new panel for the Rome Recovery Conference, because we understand that this is actually an important element for Ukraine also to survive as a country and as a nation. And indeed, Ukrainians try to go to the theaters, try to go to the museums, because it is important that we keep this resilience and we keep this strength. We should not let Russia deprive us of our normal life, deprive us of our culture, deprive us of our identity. And here today, Ukraine is ready to listen to all the views and experiences of different countries, to share our experience, because of course Ukraine can contribute a lot and already is contributing a lot to the UNESCO global agenda. We can share our best expertise in not only promoting our culture, but also in preserving cultural heritage, in prosecution of cultural heritage crimes, in protection of our cultural institutions. Over the course of this conference, we will hear inspiring examples of how museums and libraries localize the sustainable development goals through creative programs, partnerships, and policies. We will also reflect on the challenges that we face and the strategies we can adopt to ensure that these vital institutions remain inclusive, sustainable, and forward-looking. At the same time, it is very important that the focus of the conference remains on the issue of preserving museums and libraries in times of war, in times of armed conflict, for the sake of our common future. And let this gathering be a space not only for the exchange of ideas, but for building lasting collaborations across different disciplines, across regions, across different sectors, because it is through cooperation that we can truly succeed in transforming the world and the community in general. And I'm very pleased again to see that such interesting topics topics, such interesting debates, interesting presentations take place in the Lviv Culture Hub, which we opened as the first cultural institution with UNESCO in Kiev, in Ukraine, and we do hope that we can expand and maximize this program for other regions as well. We need to preserve our culture, we need to strengthen our cultural cooperation between different states, and we need to show Russia an example that Ukraine and its partners stay united in preserving Ukrainian cultural heritage, Ukrainian museum, Ukrainian libraries, Ukrainian cultural institutions, and this is also an important element of our resilience and our fight for our freedom and independence. I wish every participant a very constructive and fruitful discussion, and thank you so much. Slava Ukraini!
Mariana, thank you so much for those really powerful and important words, reminding us of the weaponization of heritage and culture, reminding us of the seriousness of what it is that we're doing, and the power of our community, the power of standing together. It's a great honor and a great privilege for me personally, and I know for all my other international colleagues, to stand here with Ukraine today. So thank you, Mariana. I would now like to invite her back. Thank you so much for being so patient and understanding, Eliana. It's wonderful to see you here. Thank you.
Дякую.
And we have a translator.
Можна це? Доброго дня, дорогі друзі. Вітаємо вас у Львові і в Україні.
Hello everyone. We are really happy to have you here in Lviv, in Ukraine.
Насправді це найкраще, що може бути, бо ми розуміємо, що це наша підтримка.
In fact, it is the best thing which can happen because that is how we understand that you are our support.
І для нас це завжди дуже цінно, коли ви саме є у нас в Україні або у Львові.
And for us it is really important to have you here. It is a kind of treasure to have people in Lviv, in Ukraine.
Ви сьогодні в Львівському культурному хабі.
Today you are in Lviv City Cultural Hub.
І я вкотре хочу подякувати ЮНЕСКО, хочу подякувати пані Лесі за збереження цього простору в час війни.
And again I want to say thanks to UNESCO and Pani Lesa for the preservation of this beautiful space.
Ви сьогодні будете говорити про мир, про культуру, про музеї, про бібліотеки.
Today you will talk about peace, culture, libraries and museums.
І може це не скромно, але я вам хочу похвалитися.
Maybe it is not really shy, but I want to say something I'm proud of.
Що ми у Львові під час війни оновили 4 бібліотеки.
That in Lviv during the war times we renewed 4 libraries.
Ми оновили 2 музеї, в одному з них ви будете завтра.
We have renewed 2 museums, one of which you will visit tomorrow.
Ми під час війни стали молодіжною європейською столицею.
During the war we became the youth capital.
Наше завдання, щоб бібліотеки оновлені працювали до 23-ї години вечора.
Our goal is so the renewed library can work till 23.
Щоб молоді люди збирались в цих оновлених просторах.
For youth to have a place where to gather, for them to meet there.
І я завжди дуже пишаюся, коли я бачу світлини, черги в оперу або в драматичний театр.
And also me personally, I'm always really proud when I see lines to the theaters, especially to the opera house, when the young people are willing to go there.
І як сказала міністерка культури Латвії, культура – це не розкіш. Культура в час війни є життєво необхідною.
And as the Mrs. Minister of Latvia culture said, the culture is not luxury in a times of war, it is a need.
І насправді ми це зрозуміли власним досвідом і власним життям.
And in fact, we understood that on our own experience and our lives.
Хай ваш день буде спокійним.
May your day be peaceful.
Ми не тікаємо в шелтери,
We are not hiding into the
але ви
shelters,
дотримуйтесь всіх правил.
but please follow all the rules.
Обов'язково відвідайте завтра музей народної архітектури та побуту. Є сьогодні присутній директор музею Михайло Закопець. Встань, щоб тебе побачили.
Please visit the Museum of Skansen, the Ukrainian heritage. Mr. Mihailo, the head of the museum, is here. You can see him at the back.
Ще мушу вам сказати, що минулого року, 1 січня, на Новий рік, у Львові був зруйнований музей національного героя Романа Шухевича.
Also, I want to admit that last year, on the 1st of January, the Museum of Ukrainian hero Roman Shukhevich was destroyed
Прямим попаданням ракети.
with the strict attack of the Russian rocket.
І наше завдання зараз зібрати кошти на відновлення цього музею.
And now we are collecting the foundations to restore that museum.
І я переконана, що нам це вдасться, бо ми не маємо іншого шляху.
And I believe that we will make it. We don't have any other way.
І хочу ще вам зізнатися, що я маю свій особистий, любимий музей.
And also, I want to confess that I have my own beloved
Якщо
museum.
тут є представник з Естонії,
If here is the representative of Estonia,
то це є музей гідролітаків
so this is the Museum of Hydro Airplane
в Талліні.
in Tallinn.
Я всім колегам своїм кажу, як буде мир, повезіть обов'язково туди дітей.
I give advice to all my colleagues, when the peace will come, please everyone take your kids to go visit that museum.
Дякую вам, залишаю своїх колег, а сама йду працювати.
Thank you so much. My colleagues will be here with you and I'm going back to work. Thank you.
Дякую, Мар'яна.
Thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to be with us. And Baiba Molyecha from the Ukraine, Latvian UNESCO, sorry, a small gift for you.
Can you give me a mic? Susie.
Oh,
This is something, may I? Dear Deputy Mayor, we are from UNESCO Latvian National Commission. We'd like to really thank you for a very warm welcoming us here and wish you, of course, resilience. And the most important thing we wish to all Ukraine is just to have a peace, to win and to have a peace. And this small thing, we should call it bird of peace. Let us wish that this will really bring spring and hope and peace in our hearts. Slava Ukraini!
героям слава. Дякую вам. Дякую. Дуже красива пташка.
A really nice bird. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. So last but not least, it's my great pleasure to welcome Alexandra. I'm sure many people will know already the director of this wonderful institution.
I'm not kind of director, but yeah, I'm just one of the team, and I was here with the project from the very beginning. So again, welcome to the hub. It's a great honor for us to have you here physically, in a way to pay tribute to Ukraine and to culture and to people who are still working here despite all the difficulties. So we opened this venue at the end of January this year, but before that, since December 2022, we've already had some activities, and that was usually capacity building trainings and workshops, which may sound boring, but it wasn't, because at the same time we are doing it in a way to have networking, to have partnership building. And as you know, our partners say that culture is the space of dignity. So with our events, we treat people, our visitors, with most respect, as well as we try to treat heritage with most respect. And I just wanted to thank you for helping us to construct this ecosystem together and to fill this space with these nice messages and with this very important work today in Ukraine. So actually I decided to spend my time in a bit of a clever way. Instead of talking, I would like to show you a video. The working title of this video is actually Impact of War, but I would call it People of Lviv Culture Hub, because it's always about people. So I will hope you will enjoy it. Thank you.
The war is having a devastating effect on culture, on cultural heritage, historic cities like Lviv, Odessa, for instance, but also and firstly on livelihood of artists, of professionals. Just to give you some figures from the estimate that UNESCO has conducted in 2024, damage to cultural assets is accounting for $3.5 billion and losses more than 19 billion of dollars. At the same time, culture is a powerful tool for enhancing the resilience, the social ties, and to bring the communities together.
Взагалі я з Бахмута, але я вчилась у Харкові 6 років, відповідно далі там проживала. Повномасштабне вторгнення я зустріла в Харкові якраз, там з роботи теж мене з якось там звільнили. Я приїхала сама у Львів і почала зустрічати своїх друзів-харків'ян у Львові, які так само з мистецької якоїсь тусовки, там театрали, музиканти і так далі. І якось так вони мене прихистили. І потім я почала досліджувати Львів, почала подаватись на резиденції мистецькі. Конкретно зараз це металові спеви, від муніципального арт-центру, співпраці з ЮНЕСКО. Вона тривала, якщо я не помиляюсь, 3 місяці період дослідження був, і ось цей місяць-півтори практики. Ми вирішили зупинитись на співпраці з театром ляльок. Це імерсивні вистави для сімей з дітьми 6-10 років, сім'ї ветеранів, сім'ї військових і сім'ї ВПО.
ЮНЕСКО і Львів – це не лише про пам'ятки архітектури, це є про нематеріальну спадщину також, це є про мистецтво, це є про музеї, це є про креативні індустрії. Ці багато напрямків культурних, це все охоплює хаб ЮНЕСКО.
In this case, with the support of the government of Spain and Ukraine, Lviv Culture Hub opens its door as a place of, I would say, solidarity, imagination, and also hope for artists and community members. It will also offer a workshop to scale up preparedness and resilience of heritage sites and also cultural institutions. At UNESCO, we are proud to create a space dedicated to culture when and where it is needed most.
Ми вже провели ряд навчань по культурній спадщині, де ми вивчали інструменти, діджитал-інструменти, оцінки збитків, які нанесені об'єктам культурної спадщини, пам'яткам архітектури. Окрім того, ми провели ряд семінарів для музейників, де вчилися алгоритмам, як швидко евакуйовувати, як готуватися до різних нестандартних надзвичайних ситуацій.
За допомогою колег, друзів з міжнародних інших інституцій по реставрації, по збереженню різних музеїв, які розкрили свої складні моменти свого життя, де відбувалися подібні трагедії. Та зустріч дала можливість нам відчути, що ми є почуті, щоб до нас скликали фахівців, реставраторів, консерваторів, котрі поділилися надзвичайним досвідом. На ці події для мене це було надзвичайно радісно, що було зібрано приблизно 50 осіб, музейників з різних міст України, великих і малих музеїв. Останніх 15 років, 20 років таких зустрічей навіть і не було.
Cultural Hub is conceived as a multi-stakeholder project. So UNESCO is working closely with the City Council, the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communication, National Commission for UNESCO, the Spanish Corporation and many other partners.
До іноземних партнерів говоримо про те, ваша присутність тут в Україні і ваші знання, ваш досвід, ваші експерти – це є найкращий прояв вашої підтримки нас. Це має бути простір, в якому творяться якісь нові проекти, нові ідеї, які потім реалізовуються.
So much, Alexandra and Ruslan. We have a star of the film in the room, so how wonderful. Thank you so much. That was really, really powerful. Well, we have heard now from our international, our national and our local partners to really open our day in a very inspiring and thoughtful way. What we're going to do now is to move into some short keynote presentations. We're running a little late, so I'm going to ask speakers to be a little concise, if they could, with their remarks. It would help us to keep to time. But it's my great pleasure to invite Maria Rita Asetosa, Senior Project Officer, UNESCO Antenna in Kyiv, to come and give our first keynote about peacebuilding, heritage and education. Thank
you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting UNESCO. It's, of course, a pleasure to be here. We have the presentation, right, Alexandra? Yeah, okay. Okay. And so I'll try to give you a brief overview of how UNESCO is trying to support the preservation of cultural institutions in Ukraine. And I would say that, first of all, I will mainly present work done by my colleagues because I recently joined the Antenna a month and a half ago. I was before working in Iraq. But what I would like to highlight is that the previous speakers have said a lot about what does it mean to preserve libraries and museums, especially in terms of contribution to resilience of the communities, to recovery, and to peace building. So, of course, I'm not going to go back there, but what I would like to say is that UNESCO is trying to support museums and libraries in Ukraine, looking at these multidimensional aspects of libraries and museums. So, to act on the preservation of the spaces, on the preservation of the collections, but also on keeping libraries and museums alive in terms of platforms and spaces where communities can actually gather and keep their cultural ties on and keep sharing experiences. And I would say that museums and libraries are probably one of the fields where UNESCO is working with all the three sectors in parallel, so with communication and information education, and culture as well. For example, we recently started a program funded by the European Union for the digitalization of Jewish heritage in Ukraine. And this is a program run by the communication information sector, and of course again it deals with the digitalization, which means the preventive preservation of archives, documents for future dissemination and access. Then again, if we look at libraries and museums, spaces where the community can gather and actually that can support the community, especially during the difficult times of war, we selected this pilot project that was run by the education colleagues, which is libraries as spaces of psychological support. This is, of course, an initiative that UNESCO has been implementing in close collaboration with the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications, and basically it aims at promoting and increasing mental health awareness and psychological support within education and culture. So the project basically tried to strengthen the resilience of librarians and libraries visitors, to provide support to community residents, and to disseminate information about the opportunities available to users to receive qualified psychological support assistance. This is the methodology, so there were training in person, remote trainings, and then remote support. And here's some results. So you can see that even though this was a pilot, the impact was pretty big, and I do believe that this is a tangible proof, much more than any other word, that libraries and museums, they play a key role in ensuring the resilience of communities, especially in difficult times of war and conflict. Then moving to the culture unit, here UNESCO, as I said, is acting simultaneously on different aspects of libraries and museums. Here it's a project that UNESCO has been undertaking with the Kaneko National Museum of Art and the National Union of Architects, which basically works on two dimensions. One, to basically improve the preparedness and therefore the way used to storage collections and documents, and the second one, which is quite important, especially for the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communication, which is to create barrier-free spaces. So we have been really looking ahead into the issue of accessibility. This project has been, of course, conducted through consultations, meetings, discussions, which led to the production of guidelines, which we hope will help actually improving the museum and libraries network in Ukraine. Again, direct support to specific museums. This is just an example for the Odessa Archaeological Museum, where UNESCO has been supporting the improvement of the storage facilities. It has been working with the professionals to develop their skills in terms of emergency response and also preparedness to protect the collections. And again, digitalization, here are some numbers. That's again the Odessa National Fine Arts Museum and the Odessa Archaeological Museums. You can see that through this joint work, actually, we have been able to digitalize a quite huge number of museum collection items that will be in this way accessible and preserved. And then finally, I'll go back to the hub. Alexandra said a lot about it. so I'm not going to go too much into that. But we were saying that museum libraries are places where the community can gather around shared values, and it's also important to highlight the fact that, especially in a period of conflict and war, is extremely important to keep up the discussion on what could be the issues, so that the voices of those experiencing those issues are listened, and there is attention to start tackling since now what could be the problems in the future. That's just an example of some of the activities that we have been in this way, with this view, undertaking in the hub. And again, of course, the hub is a space where we can exchange ideas and with a view of enhancing the professional network, with specific regard, of course, to collection management and preservation in emergency situation, and digitalization and collection management. I'll close with this slide, because this is a training that we are going to start very soon in July. And again, it's a training on inventory and digitalization. The idea is that the professionals that will be taking part in this training will then complement the mobile units that will be established to travel to endangered regions. Again, this is a tentative to create ties, to enlarge the professional network, and of course to foster collaboration in especially, which we do believe is very much needed at the national and international level, to seek supporting Ukraine in all the challenges that it's facing in this difficult time of conflict. Thank you very much.
So much, Maria, for those really inspiring words, and for talking us through the wonderful work that you are doing. I'm sure many of you will already have lots of questions and comments. Please hold those questions. There will be time during the course of the day for us to have some discussion. And those of you joining us online, please put your thoughts into chat whenever you feel you want to, and do share them with us. So we will move on to our second keynote. We will be being joined, I have no idea what time it is for Linda, because she will be joining us, I guess, from the United States. So early in the morning, I'm guessing, Linda. But you are so welcome. This is Linda Norris, who is the founder of Creative Futures. And Linda is going to speak to us about When Hope and History Rhyme, Peace Museums in the 21st Century. Linda, welcome. Oh, we don't.
Thank you to the conference organizers. Thank you to my speakers, and of course to my dear Ukrainian colleagues. I should say you might be wondering why I'm up at 3 o'clock in the morning to talk to Ukrainians, but it is, sorry, I'm going to get my slide so you can fully see it. But I'm so happy to be here to share the work of a number of museums who I think raise some really interesting questions. And I'm having a hard time getting to my slideshow to show. As always, my technology does me in. All right, I'm afraid you're going to have to see it this way. Can you all see it? Well enough? Okay. So I'm really happy to be here and to share the work of some inspiring museums, but to also raise some questions. I titled this talk after part of a poem by the Irish poet Seamus Heaney, which says, "History says, don't hope on this side of the grave. But then once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice can rise up, and hope and history rhyme." And I thought the sense that the future, that tide of justice rising up, was really important for us to think about. In the 21st century, museums are vital places for resilience, understanding, and yes, hope. But what does it mean to be a forward-looking place of hope rather than a museum looking back at conflicts? So today I want to share a few examples from museums around the world that address peace in one way or another, although not specifically designed as peace museums. And to raise some questions that might be helpful as we together consider the ways that any museum, not just peace museums, can be vital agents of peace building in their communities. The first one may be familiar to many of you, the War Childhood Museum in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They have a branch in Kyiv, and I believe there's also an exhibit in Lviv right now of their work. They travel exhibitions around the world. The museum began when someone who was a child during the Bosnian War posted something, said, "What do you remember about this?" and got so many responses that it first was a book and then became a museum. And part of what they found was that almost every memory is attached to an object. And so that's the museum. They collect objects, but only objects with stories that come with them. And I think that's such a critical part of their work. But they don't just talk about memories of war. Their vision is to help individuals overcome past traumatic experiences and prevent traumatization of others, and at the same time advance mutual understanding at the collective level, enhancing personal and social development. They do this through all kinds of workshops, particularly for young people, on things like peace building and creativity. And a key to their work is a core belief in the understanding that children have agency in situations. They are not only victims, they're not only to be felt sorry for, but they have deep agency in what they do. But they've also expanded their work in recent years. In 2021, WCM opened the exhibition Speaking Out, dedicated to and co-produced with survivors of conflict-related sexual violence and children born of war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This was a project where participants made body maps, which you can see at the left here, which is a way of sharing and remembering not just the experience of trauma of one specific event, but all of your entire life experiences. They did this in an environment where they could work together. Many of the women participating in the project had never ever spoken about what had happened to them. And it built and strengthened existing bonds. By recalling different experiences throughout their life, they turned their focus to the future. They were able to see their lives in their entirety rather than identifying it solely with their lived trauma. The exhibit's been shown both in Bosnia and Serbia, as well as elsewhere, serving as a memory tool, a tool for reconciliation, and an advocacy tool. The next museum is the Amma Museum for Peace and Women's Rights in Taiwan. Amma means grandmother in Chinese. This small museum is dedicated to preserving historical memory while continuing to advocate for contemporary women's human rights by telling the story of Taiwanese women forced into sexual slavery by the Japanese in World War II. Similar museums exist in a number of other countries as well. This museum, in some ways like War Childhood, although visually very different, by using clever design, the voices of these women are told in their own words, and these women hold center stage. It strives to help people transcend life's traumas, inspire strength to move forward, and transform the scars of history into cornerstones of peace. Again, working towards a future of respect, equality, and freedom from violence. This future looking takes several ways. Visitors are encouraged to draw pictures of grandmothers. There's a very hip grandmother at left. But that you can also take a quiz to find out whether you are at risk for sexual violence, for being a victim of sexual violence. So there is this ongoing sense that this is something we need to be thinking about all the time, but we can prepare and care for ourselves and others. Montessori Peace School in northern Italy is a historic site. It's literally open fields rather than a museum, but I think it provides some vital lessons for us. In September 1944, a division of the SS decided that a military operation should happen in this valley to cleanse adversaries. After 7 days, the massacre were 770 victims in small villages throughout the valley. The team at Montessori dives into the complexities of how we tell stories and understand the past. They write, however, the evidence shows that to tell the horror is not enough to vaccinate against the horror. To blame it does not stop it from repeating itself. By dehumanizing perpetrators, we are able to remove ourselves. If you do not want the past to repeat, to recite it is not enough. And so by working in a whole variety of ways, they think about transforming the memory duty linked to commemorations to a work of memory that questions the present time and unmasks the mechanisms that trace the continuum of violence between war crimes and crimes in times of peace, that unveils the state of exception that still today reduces the other into a naked life on which biopolitics has the power to decide when it ceases to be worth living and can be left to die, becoming abandonable in so many ways: suicidal death in a cell, death by thirst, or drowning in the Sicilian Channel. So they are making direct and explicit connections between the violence of the SS in 1944 and violence that still exists in societies of all kinds today. And they do this work by doing all sorts of work and programs, particularly workshops that bring cohorts together in a peace school, and they use writing and other activities as really ways to begin to have conversations and dialogue. They write, our time is now, and we cannot miss the opportunity to contribute to a better world. My final example is one you might not think of as a war museum, the Legacy Museum and National Memorial for Peace and Justice in the United States. In fact, the enslavement of Africans in the US and elsewhere is a false narrative of racial difference and has been used to perpetrate racial terrorism against African Americans and people of color in the US for 400 years, including today. The language of text and the imagery are, in a way, a passionate legal argument about the history and its present day implications. The memorial commemorates the lynchings, the hangings in the United States, county by county. You're literally weighed down by this history as you visit. And so in some ways it's a deeply heavy, moving experience, but really importantly, this site also takes us forward. You can sit in the museum and listen to the testimonies of formerly incarcerated individuals who talk about what it was like to be on death row and to be exonerated. And on the left, all those big monuments you saw, which are arranged county by county in the US, once counties undertake some sort of reconciliation work, these new markers are put up that begin to manage on a local local level, which is where change really happens, what it means to rethink racial reconciliation in the United States. So, but I have 6 questions, more or less, for peace building in museums. But I also want to call out, although I didn't use them as specific examples, because I know my dear friend Ihor Ploshevail will probably be talking about them later, how many museums in Ukraine have taken on really important work around this peace building work. So I just recognize and acknowledge and honor them. But some questions for us to think about. How can we, as a museum, do the deep internal thinking needed to consider peace? What values must the museum as a whole embody? What should be collected besides arms, uniforms, and remnants of destruction? How can museums best express the many stories of any war? How do we make space for multiple perspectives? How can we work with our communities in collecting and sharing those stories? How can we care for community members? Okay, I lied. It's not really 6 questions. It's a lot of questions divided into 6 parts. How do we consider emotions in our work? What kinds of responses are we looking for from visitors? What kind of spaces, physical spaces, can we make for reconciliation and hope? And how can we activate them, creating new generations of peacemakers? And finally, Haudenosaunee people, the Iroquois people of North America, have a concept called thinking about the 7th generation. 7th generation's values consider those who are not yet born, but who will inherit the world. How can a museum's work think 7 generations forward? Finally, I've just given you a lot to think, and I think I'm almost on time. Never hesitate to be in touch with me if I can be of help with any way. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you so much for getting up at stupid o'clock in the morning. And also for those really helpful, provocative and interesting questions that I'm sure we will be thinking about during the course of the rest of the day. So our greetings to you. At the moment, we do not have Peggy Nzomo online. I suspect it's probably very early in the morning for her as well. So it's my great pleasure to segue beautifully, having been given a little bit of a platform from Linda, and to invite Ihor Ploshevail up to speak to us. Ihor is the General Director of the National Museum of the Revolution of Dignity, the Maiden Museum, and also co-founder of the Agency for Cultural Resilience here in Ukraine. Ihor, a great pleasure to have you with us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here today with you, and thank you for initiative of thank you. Of the initiative of bringing us together and to talk about important things. Thank you for Latvian associations of museums, libraries, to UNESCO, to Lviv Heritage Hub, Cultural Hub. And I prepared my paper, but I've heard a lot of important things. I don't want to duplicate them. Therefore, maybe I will shift to more practical issues. And the topic of our discussion today is sustainable development. Linda mentioned peace building, and I think that it's a little bit early for us because we are not in a post-conflict phase, and maybe you've heard some quite emotional discussions in social media about what we should do about this peace building period, whether we are ready to talk about reconciliation, about peace building, about forgiveness. I think it's development also depends upon our today's response. And today we have so many challenges. So let me briefly, the people from Ministry of Culture from the Ukrainian National UNESCO Commission told very nicely about the damage, about this war is a really heritage war. And why it is so. So our life changed, I mean, not only citizens, but also cultural field after 24th of February 2022, because it was quite clear that this war is not only about the territory. This war is for our historical memory, for our national identity, and of course for our future. So a lot of examples of attacks on museums, on libraries, on cultural centers. I've seen during our field trips how Russian occupiers interpret our cultural heritage, how their relation to what libraries, we have seen so many inscriptions, and by the way, we collect as maybe possible for prosecution processes, for justice, a lot of evidences of such like attacks, because we have seen so many very interesting inscriptions in schools, in libraries, and even Russians destroying the cultural infrastructure. They also, for example, very, very similar what do Nazi or Soviets in last century, they destroying the libraries, they also try to make clearance within them. And for example, in Luhansk and Donetsk quasi-republic, the NR-LNR, there was even a special documents when they have a special list of books which should be taken out of libraries and destroyed. And there were also some publications from our museum, from Maidan Museum, and also Ukrainian Institute of Memory. There was one book which I translated, Myths and Madness, just a novel by American-Ukrainian origin Daniel Ryorchuk. It's like a novel for young people. We translated it into Ukrainian, and it was in this list. Very, very crazy things. Statistic of destruction already mentioned, and UNESCO has this. There is a little bit gap because a little bit different approaches is how to calculate, how to verify it, but it's shocking. And this statistic is very conventional, not only because of different methodologies, but because of we have no access to temporary occupied territories, and we can only imagine what level or what scale of destruction can be there. There is also a huge front lines, gray zone, and we can only guess due to our international partners who provide satellite monitoring of the territories. Intentional damage, there are a lot of proofs, and a lot of initiatives in Ukraine already work together with OPG, Office of Prosecutor General, National Police, International FBI, Europol, Interpol, concerning looting, illegal trafficking, intentional damage. And it's quite clear that intentional damage is not a collateral, it's a strategy, Kremlin strategy. But in this connection, it's important because museums, libraries, and other cultural institutions are shelters especially for education, for children, for people, for local communities, especially in times of war, in times of crisis. And in Ukraine, it was, despite the war, there was such a burst of different initiatives. There were, even today, there are a lot of competitions. I mentioned to my Georgian colleagues that on the 18th of May, Museum Day, for example, in Kyiv, so many people in so many museums, and there was a kind of a competition because museums try to compete for visitors in initiating a lot of new projects, despite their own collections are being relocated in shelters, in safer locations, but a lot of other ways how to attract audiences, visitors. But also, speaking about also the issues Linda raised about peace building, memory, commemoration, it's also a very, very important process in which museums, libraries are leaders today. So we also interpret them as important steps for transitional justice. Because memory, all that activities which museums, libraries do today, it's forms of transitional justice, because people cannot be satisfied, but perpetrators cannot be taken to justice today. But all that events when we commemorate the heroes of the war, our soldiers, communities, cultural heroes, it's very important for local communities to to satisfy their knowledge, emotions. Also, they can be interpreted as actions of art therapy, and this is very, very important in our context today. And of course, many of you know that in the first days of the war, our cultural spaces turned into cultural barricades. The truth is that we were not ready. Sometimes we have very, very good words about how Ukrainians are so fantastic, are so good. In fact, it was not really so effective from the very first days because lack of resources, knowledge, experience, coordination. But at least it was fantastic how in our streets, and you can see in Lviv is also very, very illustrative from this point of view, how immediately professionals, local communities, cultural activists coordinated the activities to shelter the monuments, to relocate collections, or to respond in emergencies. When, for example, in Ivankiv, also well-known fact, when the collection of Maria Primachenko and other naive artists were saved from fire by local people, by simple people, by the Guardian, by neighbors. Similar all over Ukraine, and also taking off all this debris when cultural heritage sites are damaged. Odessa may be quite illustrative in this sometimes. We have a lot of discussion, is it fine when immediately everything is cleaned up? For local communities, it's very important. But for cultural heritage people, not so good, because we need some discussions, some special procedures to protect some remnants which can be important for further processes of conservation and restoration. Okay, a bit slow. My museum, Maidan Museum, I can share my own experience, was quite effective in responding to the first days of the war, because we were trained before. We participated in many international trainings, and due to international partners, we had some capacities. Therefore, it was not hard for us, because our collection is not big. We discussed what we do. We organized teams within our staff members, people who were responsible for packaging, for prioritizing the collections, for documenting, for locating, protection, transportation, and due to international support, you can see some special boxes, craters donated by Alif in particular, and other international organizations. So for us, it was not so hard, unlike too many other of my colleagues, especially close to front lines. They had no time, they had no capacities, because some museums were occupied the next day, a few days, next weeks after the full-scale invasion. So the museum response, I think that it's very simple in librarian networks as well. We founded HERI, Heritage Emergency Response Initiative, with our colleagues here in Lviv, Vasily Ryzhko, Tustanin Joe. So it was our very improvised action. What we should do, first of all, self-organize, coordinate activities, and since then we transformed, and based on HERI, we've co-founded ACURE, Agency for Cultural Resilience. It's NGO with legal status, so we continued to work our direction within the HERI. And what was important for us in the first moments, having enough very simple things like packaging materials, protection equipment, and due to international support. And it's so fantastic how we got this immediate response from our colleagues in Europe, in the United States, so many European countries, and I'm really, how to say, emotionally touched by actions of my museum colleagues in many countries, especially in Estonia. Linda Leino, she worked in the Ministry of Culture, but previously we were trained in 2015 at the Smithsonian, ICROM, and the UNESCO Netherlands training in Amsterdam. And she was there later, and it's a response how people, how these teams, how these networks work in reality. She immediately responded, and we got the first, one of the first aid for museums due to Linda from Estonia. And there was a fantastic, there was like a SUV with some cargo chart with diplomatic passport. A person quickly passed the border, came to Lviv, and we immediately responded. Also, Barbara Carranza from Italy, also a part of our team, that 2015 cohort of first aiders, she immediately responded. And 2 big tracks first came to Lviv, and we immediately provided the necessary equipment to museums in eastern Ukraine. But relocation of the collection is not the biggest challenge. What we should do with this collection when they relocate it? Again, we should take care, we should provide the necessary conditions. Another big challenge, and National Research and Restoration Center in Ukraine is very, very effective in this due to international support, especially due to Smithsonian institution, which provided them mobile, engaging Uber at the beginning, and then they provided them their own transportation. Looting, speaking about, we should also speak about justice. And looting mentioned numbers. They're not quite defined at the moment, and I think much more than 34,000 objects. It's only documented, verified. A lot of evidences use satellite technologies. Here's Kherson Museum, Original Art and the local museum. There are even videos when they were looted. For us, it's important for sustainability, again, how to develop sustainability. For us, it's important to understand, to analyze our capacities, our algorithm of actions, responsibilities. And we launched special discussions, first in Odessa in 2023, after the massive attack in Odessa Historical Center. So we try to develop different algorithm of coordination, who should be engaged, defining the stakeholders, because in theory it works that, for example, emergency service, they have their own protocols. Their main mission is to mitigate fire, but not to protect heritage. And it brings a lot of gaps and problems when you respond immediately. So we developed a kind of schemes and algorithms. We also engaged in risk mapping, together with international organizations, with Chrome, UNESCO, cultural emergency response. So for us it's important not to speak about the war, but also about the climate change and a lot of other agents. Assessment of risk and documentation of damage. From the first days we launched a lot of field expeditions with only one goal, not only to document, but to bring all this documentation to stabilization stages, to early recovery, and finally to reconstruction. Here you can see some of the some examples of the reports which we provide to, especially UNESCO Commission does several times to document damage to downtown of Odessa. We also have our own inventory of the damaged heritage sites. Unfortunately, in Ukraine there is no one representative, comprehensive inventory. There are some which you can find at the Ministry of Culture, not now, also some non-governmental initiatives, and also UNESCO has its own. Interesting that we also developed 2 years ago, due to international support of ALIF and Cultural Emergency Response, we launched Mobile Cultural Emergency Lab. It was very important to digitize in emergency situations for prioritized museums under threat, their inventory books, their collections, at least the prioritized collections, platinum or golden collections. So we developed a methodology, we got equipment, and we try not to do it ourselves, but to teach local museums. And so they test the equipment, they understand what they needed for their own collections, so that they can develop these skills later. Museum mobilization is very important, and based on this we develop different exhibitions, and Linda also mentioned it's a kind of a element of peace building. For us it's important sustainable work, systematic work. Therefore last year we trained and established a national first aid team, which is consisted from the people representing different regions of Ukraine. So at the moment we have several missions. We also developed, translated, adjusted instructions, toolkits, guidelines, and this is UNESCO's mentioned today in Maria's presentation about evacuation, about quick response, fire mitigation, and this is ICROM's 2-volume toolkit and handbook on first aid to cultural heritage. We also engaged in stabilization and recovery projects. It's very important. At the moment, this is Vyazivka, also quite an important case in which UNESCO is also engaged with the support of UNESCO. And some strategies, resilience, redundancy, solidarity, visibility, inclusion, very, very typical and from theoretical point of view, but in practice we try to include them into our everyday activities. We have a lot of challenges, of course, and among the most important and mentioned already is we should take into account there is a burnout, there is a lack of resources, because sometimes speaking about cultural heritage we mention only buildings and collections, but not often people, professionals, cultural capital. And this is the most vulnerable elements of cultural ecosystem. So in this connection for us it's very important how we should care to people, and there is a big burnout. A lot of cultural activists are engaged in so many projects, they have so many functions, and of course it's not easy. We have a lot of exhibitions, and Linda mentioned a question, Linda posed a question, what kind of collections we should collect, and a lot of museums have changed their policies. And for example, this is my museum, just a few representatives collections, and the War Childhood Museum was mentioned. So new types of objects became museum artifacts. This is our website, we have a lot of information there. So thank you for your attention, and thank you for this expression of solidarity. Thank you.
Stay there a moment. I think Baiba has.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ihor. So I'm delighted that Peggy has managed to join us. So we will just have a very short presentation as she has made the effort of getting up again at a ridiculously early time. So Peggy, you're so welcome. This is Peggy Unzomo, who's an International Library Initiative Specialist, Senior Associate at Mortensen Center for International Library Programs at the University of Illinois, and she is going to talk about peace building in the age of AI, the role of libraries and professionals, library professionals. Peggy, welcome. Can you start? Yeah. Yes, we can.
Thank you so much for having me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes, we hear you. Can you start your presentation?
Okay, thank you. Let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen, Peggy. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to start. I hope that you can hear me and see my screen. Please stop me if you cannot. Again, thank you so much for having me. I'm going to go quickly because I know in the interest of time, I need to do this. I'm going to talk about peace building in the age of AI, the role of libraries and LIS professionals. Just as you can see on the screen here, conflicts are all over in the world. These are top conflicts to watch for. Let's say in 2025, you can see the hotspots. Some are emerging and some are already in there. So this is a world of conflict that we are living in. Now, quickly, some of the conflicts in the world, what are the causes and the cause? We have political and civil wars. There are examples of wars right there. We have causes that have to do with economics, such as in the DRC Congo. We have social causes, such as the genocide that happened in Rwanda in 1994, a while ago. What is the cost of war? As you have heard from other speakers, displaced persons, their economic costs to war, such as destruction of property and including even libraries that are destroyed. There's a loss of life and health that is destroyed during war. So in that infographic on the left there, you can see calls for global peace all over in the world today. So peace is something that we all desire in the world today. SDGs talk about peace building, especially SDG 16 talks about building peace, justice, and strong institutions. It talks about promoting just and peaceful and inclusive societies. Target 1610 especially is implicit in recognizing the role of information, and this is where us as library and information professionals come in. It says we ensure public access to information and protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with national legislation and international agreements. I'm going to switch a little bit and talk about the role of AI in conflict. So for instance, before a conflict, AI can be used to predict conflict scenarios. It can be used to analyze data. It can be used to identify patterns and trends of related conflict. And it can also be used to facilitate communication among stakeholders. The role of AI during and after conflict, there are some AI applications or tools, conflict decision support systems, hybrid and proactive systems such as human-in-the-loop systems. These systems can be used to do sentiment analysis and so to predict places that are potentially hotspots for conflict. They can be used to facilitate dialogue. They can be used to create inclusive platforms and so enable diverse voices to be heard during conflict resolution. These are some examples I found of AI and peace building. For instance, in Kenya, we had Ushahidi. This is used to track violence during elections, and it uses crowdsourced data collection. Peace Tech Lab, which is no longer very active, but it was a platform that utilized technology to do data analysis to foster peace. It analyzed social and media sentiment and to detect early signs of potential violence. AI for Peace is also another platform. This is still active. It analyzes communication patterns and sentiment analysis. It can be used to harness AI technologies for conflict prevention and resolution. And also AI for Peace then would create actionable insights for mediators. And you can read more on the website right there. Now, let me come a little bit to the role of libraries. The role of libraries, we can provide credible resources. We can provide forums to foster peace dialogue. We can provide spaces for peace negotiation and discussion. We can provide safe spaces for individuals to find and read information freely. And most of all, and this is where I'm going to dwell my presentation on a little bit, we can provide media and information literacy instruction. On the right there, is Children's Peace Libraries of Rwanda, where I had an opportunity to visit myself in 2023. These are libraries where children can come and read and also engage in debates and talking about conflict resolution and peace building. So while most of us may not be called peace libraries, we can at least do what I have mentioned here, provide credible resources and provide safe spaces for peace negotiation and peace dialogue. Role of LIS professionals, and I may not go into detail here. We can promote civic education and literacy. We can foster conflict resolution and civic dialogue, empowering youth, especially with civic engagement. We can enhance accessibility and inclusion, and we can help build strong community partnerships. Role of libraries and information. As you know, we are the hub of information, so we can provide equitable access to information. Again, we can provide guidance on where to find credible and reliable information sources. And most of all, we can provide user education. I mentioned AI, so we can provide user education, AI literacy, and user education, media and information literacy. We can provide instruction in that. Now, what is AI literacy? AI literacy is the ability to recognize, grasp, use, and critically access artificial intelligence technologies and their impacts. Now, there are many AI frameworks out there, but I love this one from UNESCO, which is one of our sponsors. Shout out to them for this conference. This is a comprehensive framework that you can use for your students to just help them understand how to use AI ethically and what are some considerations that they can look for in using AI. So this one I would encourage for you to look at if you are involved in teaching AI to your students, AI literacy to your students or to your users in any space. This one is another framework that I found useful and it's suitable for elementary to high school students. So it really, with AI, depends on your audience, but we know that it is something that is being used in everyday life by a lot of people, and it's constantly changing. So we have to keep up with the constantly changing technology here with AI and be able to educate our users on it. So this one is a framework that is useful, especially for students, and you can check it out online. I'll make my slides available for you to check this out. Now, media literacy. What is media literacy? It encompasses the practices that allow people to access, critically evaluate, and create or manipulate media. And that definition is from the National Association of Media Literacy and Education. We are surrounded by media all over the place. We are constantly using media in our everyday lives. But so media literacy is being able to use that media critically, being able to evaluate what we are consuming, and being able to create something new out of it, but create it in an ethical way, and to be able to manipulate that media and communication in an ethical way. What are some uses of media literacy? And then I'll just mention some few of them here. Of course, it combats misinformation and disinformation, which is it can be a real cause for some of the wars that we see. It helps restore the information disorder. It plays a role in peace education and promotion because it can address extremism, let's say in the online environment. In the online environment, it can address cyberbullying. And it can lead to better health outcomes when we consume whatever we find online, especially health information literacy, when we consume it in a way that is critical. Okay. Moving on from media literacy, then now information literacy, which is also related. Information literacy, this is a definition from the Association of College and Research Libraries Framework of Information Literacy. It encompasses the integrated abilities, encompassing reflective discovery of information. This means how do we find the information that we use, understanding of how information is produced and values, and the use of information in creating new knowledge, discovering and knowing that we can be creators of information and not just consumers of information, and then participating ethically in communities of learning. How do we share the information that we have? How do we participate ethically in sharing the information that we are consuming or that we are creating? Some uses of information literacy, and I've highlighted in red, especially those that have to do with peace building. So we talk about information literacy being useful for active, effective, and responsible citizenship, for civic engagement, let's say in voting, in being engaged in our political systems in our different countries, social inclusion and social justice, SDG 16 again coming through right there. And I'm going to mention this last one, effective advocacy engagement. Information literacy has been shown to be useful for effective advocacy engagement. We know that in peace building, advocacy is so key. You can, as a president, advocate for your nation. You can advocate for yourself in the workplace. You can advocate for an individual who's suffering violence in some sort of way. So in order for you to be an effective advocate, information literacy skills are important. Now, this is a crucial one, critical information literacy. It takes into consideration the social, political, economic, and corporate systems that have power and influence over how information is produced and disseminated and accessed and how it's consumed. And this is so key. When you look at power and influence, those are two terms that are so key to peace building. And so critical information literacy can be useful in those types of situations, in understanding, again, how can we build peace? Who is influencing the information that we get? Who has power over the information that we are consuming, the information that we are allowed to even have access to? And as you can see from that infographic on the right there, the word justice is center. So critical information literacy can be useful in these types of situations that are involving peace building. Now, I'm not going to go through all of this, but media and information literacy resources, there's a lot of resources online that can be helpful in helping you do your instruction of media and information literacy. Definitely, IFLA has put up some of these infographics, like how to spot fake news. This can help combat misinformation and disinformation. This graphic right here has been on the IFLA website for a while, and it is available in 50 languages, for instance, on the IFLA website. So being able to point our users to these kinds of resources is useful. And then there are some other websites here that you can find for teaching media and information literacy. Again, more resources for teaching media and information literacy. UNESCO definitely puts out a lot of resources that you can use in teaching media and information literacy. Please check out their websites, and there are other websites here that I recommend that you could look at. That is the end of my presentation. I have some select references here. Again, I'll make my slides available for anybody to look at. These are the image credits where I got my images. Thank you so much for having me. I thank you, Inga, for inviting me. Thank you for putting together this incredible platform for us to talk about a very, very important topic. And that's the end of my presentation. My contact information is right there. Please feel free to contact me with any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you all for bearing with us this morning. We've had one or two difficulties, as always. We're going to take a break now. As I just want to say that in the coffee area, you will see that there is a rather badly drawn tree, and it's the tree of hope. I would like to talk about hope, but I'll do that later. And you're invited to write anything on a leaf and stick it on the tree. And also, if you brought a little object with you, there is a table for our exhibition. So please do place your object with a little label explaining the object, what it means and why you bought it. We will come back here at 20 to 12, please, 20 to 12. So it's a generous 20 minutes for a start for the second session. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, in the interest of time, because it's very important that we try to make sure we have space for everyone, so if I could just ask all the speakers to try to keep to time. And also, as we are hearing such rich content, please do remember to make some notes so that we can return to the main points tomorrow and later on. So firstly, I would like to introduce Krista Lepik-Verlin from the Estonian Libraries Association, who's going to talk to us about Let's Meet in the Library. So over to you, Krista. Krista, we're just waiting for you to appear on the screen. Hello, Krista, we're almost there. Hi, we see you. Hello, welcome. We don't quite hear you yet.
Okay, can you hear me now?
So I'll put my microphone off, and please start your presentation. Thank you.
Maybe I can ask, maybe some people who are online, can you hear me? Is it only a problem with the connection in Lviv?
We can hear you well, Krista. Please start your presentation. Please start your presentation, Krista. We're ready for you.
Huh? Just a second. So, can you see the first slide?
So we're just waiting for your slides, Krista.
No slides, okay. Let's try again. Just a second.
You will share it. Okay, we will share the slides, Krista, so please just... Okay, now it works. Okay, we see your presentation. Okay, let's start.
Well, greetings from Tartu, Estonia. My name is Krista Lepik-Verlin, and in my presentation I will briefly tell you about some peace-building initiatives from Estonian public libraries. So, my presentation, I will tell you, well, I have focused on peace building. So to start with this topic, in Estonia, not most, but all Estonian public libraries are working under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Culture. And usually, the public libraries are treated as cultural institutions to promote book culture and reading. But if I think about public libraries as promoters of peace, then this can be a severe misconception, especially in the terms of funding, because actually libraries mean so much more. And if I think about public libraries and their functions during past 20-25 years, then of course, yes, supporting reading habits is something that libraries do. Also, we provide friendly and safe third spaces for everyone. And what does it mean in Estonian libraries? It means that you have a place where you can go and you can spend time there, but you don't really have to spend any money there. And public libraries in Estonia can also be a good place for those people who are usually forgotten when designing public spaces. Among others, were, for example, parents with small children or teenagers, or people with specific needs, or also refugees. And public libraries as safe third spaces, they, for example, have different kind of rooms, or at least a corner, to provide space for crafters, so they can use sewing machines or 3D printers. Then they have space for playing video games for children and teenagers. They also lend out musical instruments, so you can go to a public library and borrow, well, not a piano, of course, but you can play there if there is a practice room, but you can borrow some smaller musical instruments. And from the capital, the Tallinn, public libraries, you can also borrow museum tickets. And why this is all good? Because this way public libraries in Estonia contribute to equitable opportunities to participate in societal life and in culture, which is important if we think about inequalities as a source of civic unrest. Then Estonian libraries are also nurturing media and information literacy in the context of information disorders and information wars, which is particularly relevant nowadays. And of course, it is difficult to measure to what extent public libraries are actually combating information disorders. But when I took a look at the annual reports of Estonian central libraries, it was possible to see that interest and participation in courses and in events about disinformation is quite common. And in Estonia, the so-called flagship to combat disinformation is the National Library of Estonia, who has a very good, comprehensive, up-to-date collection of different books and e-books about disinformation, propaganda, information war, and other such topics. But they also produce different kind of resources, like list of web resources, or a newsletter, or a podcast about the information disorder, different games and quizzes, and also they have a small program about disinformation for librarians from public libraries. Then, of course, public libraries in Estonia support digital literacies, and yes, we have a new challenge as well, AI chatbots. And in Estonia, a new development, of course, is also something where public libraries are positioning themselves as the community anchor and promote dialogues. And since 2022, a dialogue method was introduced to librarians by the Estonian Cooperation Assembly. And in this program, the librarians were helped to act as facilitators of dialogue in the community. And in this program, also different kind of materials were produced, so that librarians can use them later. And why is this dialogue important? I think I also heard about it from some previous presentations. Dialogic space is a safe space for deep and meaningful conversations, and particularly we Estonians, we love deep conversations. We don't do small talk. Dialogue can also be as a glue in the community, allowing to share and also be heard. And dialogue also helps to understand different kind of viewpoints, to understand and appreciate differences, which is also a cornerstone for peaceful and friendly coexistence. Wait, I'm sorry. There is some sort of technical problem. Okay. And of course, public libraries are combating climate changes and following United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. But this is a topic for another presentation, maybe. Our public libraries are also safeguarding our democratic society. And to sum it up, all these different kind of functions of public libraries, we can say that Estonian public libraries are very much institutions fit for building peace. But what does it mean, actually? If we think about recent events, or not recent events anymore, since February 24th, 2022 in Ukraine, Estonian public libraries have also proved themselves as good institutions helping out Ukrainian refugees. And the rest of my presentation is about exactly about the rules, how Estonian public libraries have been helping Ukrainian refugees. So, what we can say first, of course, by now, if I remember correctly, about 36,000 Ukrainian refugees have a temporary residence permit to stay in Estonia. This number, 36,000 people, doesn't maybe sound too big for some people, but if we consider that Estonia's population is 1.3 million people, then this is quite a lot. So in this sense, Estonian public libraries have quite a lot of work to do. So firstly, when I think about this analysis of annual reports of public libraries in Estonia, there were, of course, changes in the acquisitions process. When the Russia's invasion to Ukraine started, in 2022, libraries stopped purchasing Russian language books from Russia, not to support the aggressor. And they started to look for alternatives from other countries, which was not always very easy because there were this kind of patterns to order books from Russia. And Estonian public libraries particularly started to purchase books in Ukrainian language, especially for children. And also they started to buy books in Russian because many Ukrainian people also speak Russian language. Estonian public libraries also received several donations of books in Ukrainian by different non-governmental organizations, and also several Estonian authors felt that they had to just to translate their books into Ukrainian. So here you can see a small picture as well of some beautiful books for children in Ukrainian language. Then another thing that Estonian public libraries did was that libraries started to work or serve as hubs for integration. For instance, firstly, if you arrive to a new country and you don't know anything about it, you have different kind of questions and problems where to settle. So public libraries started to answer queries about essential information needs, really, like social support, rent contracts, taxes, and etc., etc. Public libraries also started to provide different language cafes and clubs. Here you can see a small picture of people in one of Estonian islands in a language cafe. And in those language cafes, they touched different topics, actually. They taught language, they taught Estonian culture, traditions. They talked also about practicalities. And in some cases, there were also provided language cafes for English language. And also, as supporters of integration, the refugees culture was introduced to the locals, because the local people also maybe didn't always have a clue who are these people who are coming to our country or to our village. So there were really numerous exhibitions of books introducing Ukraine, its history, nature, culture, so you understand more about the refugees. Then there were also exhibitions of works from Ukrainian artists and photographers. Here you can see a photo or a screenshot of a painting from Sasha Putriam. Then there were also held different workshops about Ukrainian dance and food, and there was also an exhibition about Ukrainian embroidery, which is also a masterpiece. There were also different quizzes organized about Ukraine. And also, the refugees were also introduced local culture. Like there were different literature mornings about Estonian authors' books. As I said, there were also translations of Estonian authors into Ukrainian and Russian. And the refugees were also given different tours to local neighborhood. There were also events introducing Estonian traditional holidays. Then next, the public libraries also were serving as family-friendly places, because if you think about any kind of crisis or any kind of conflict, then who are the people who, innocent people who suffer most are women and children. So this was also something that public libraries had to do, to provide events especially like events containing elements of game and art therapy for entire families. So there were also different events for children. Either there were specific events for children from Ukraine, you know, when they just first arrived and didn't know the language, or there were also integration events for both Estonian and Ukrainian children so they could spend time together. And during those different events, of course, librarians did different things that we usually do with children, like reading and watching cartoons and playing games and etc. So here you can also see a small picture about Ukrainian children reading club where they learned their own language, Ukrainian language or Russian language, and they also get acquainted with Estonian culture. And of course, these activities were not just to amuse children, but they were also having practical reasons behind those activities, because their parents, if they were also here in Estonia, they were either looking for a job or talking to their relatives in Ukraine, or had some other reasons to, you know, drop children to public libraries. And sometimes also Ukrainian ladies, moms, were volunteering in those different workshops and activities. Next thing was that public libraries also had to adjust their activities to meet refugees' specific needs. So in some cases, in those municipalities where there was not enough space for accommodation, libraries' rooms were used to accommodate refugees. Then, of course, posting information went for refugees in Russian and Ukrainian was done on websites and social media, because usually the posts were in Estonian language. Then in some libraries, they provided also separate shelves for Ukrainian books, so these books would be easier to find. So, and there were also certain kind of book hives where you could find those children's books. Because bureaucracy is something very complicated, if you move to another country, then providing help with bureaucratic procedures was also done, and also sending parcels to Ukraine. Because sometimes, rural libraries are often appointed to the function of a post office, so you can also send a parcel from a public library in Estonia. And of course, some of those already existing free services were welcomed by the refugees, like using public internet access points, or sewing rooms, that I mentioned before, or possibility to borrow musical notations and instruments, especially those children who had learned music in Ukraine, they could continue with their studies. And next thing, libraries were also working as trustworthy charity facilitators, because there was and still is a big need for charity. You have to find some trustworthy organization who helps to deliver the help you want to provide. So libraries were organizing charity events. They were also guiding locals how to donate money to organizations helping Ukraine. And in libraries, librarians also helped sometimes to weave camouflage nets. And here in this picture you can see people weaving camouflage nets in Viljandi. And as much as I know, in this spring they already completed 100th camouflage net in this library. And of course, public libraries were collecting warm knitwear for the soldiers. And they were also collecting materials for trench candles. So this was also done. And sometimes also essential items for school children and the smaller children were collected. And sometimes even small gestures were used, like wearing pins in Ukrainian flag colors, or lighting the library up in Ukrainian colors was also sometimes done to show out the support to Ukraine. And it is also important to know that libraries were also working as participatory spaces, because public libraries, as I said before, they don't have sufficient resources. They also had helpers or volunteers to help out. So local volunteers were involved in language cafes, and in some cases the annual report stated that basically this language cafe wouldn't happen without the help of volunteers. So volunteers were really important. Providing after-school activities for school children, And sometimes also refugees from Ukraine were involved to provide them also some activities to do during their possible free time. So they were also helping to conduct various workshops for children. I also mentioned one Ukrainian instructor in yoga classes, and also preparing Ukrainian food to introduce the national cuisine was very popular. Here you can also see a small poster of Ukrainian cafe in one of central libraries. And Estonian public libraries were also working as part of bigger network, because the libraries were not by far the only institutions helping Ukrainian refugees. So there was done a lot of learning, because all the situation was new to public librarians. First, they had to learn how to write and pronounce Ukrainian names, and for that there were specific courses. Then how to help refugees feel welcomed and comfortable. This was also important. Then how to find their way in information war. In that case, the National Library was very helpful. And how to organize language cafe, because language cafe demands a different specific method. The librarians also had to learn a lot. And sharing experiences also was revealed in annual reports, like there were different international project seminars with, let's say, neighboring countries. And librarians were also giving interviews, especially for Russian-speaking news outlets, so that potentially also the refugees could find the libraries, but they are really helping the people coming from Ukraine. And it is good to know that the librarians were noticed and acknowledged for their work with the refugees by the local municipalities, because sometimes they talk about people being tired of war, and well, of course, those people who are most tired of war are people in Ukraine, but also sometimes they help us can get a little bit tired. So this kind of acknowledgement and recognition is also something good that was done. So to conclude, there are actually many traits in librarians' work and professional ethics that make libraries perfect builders of peace. And despite chronic lack of resources, librarians can be very resourceful people. And developing new services, as I mentioned, these are all developments taking place after barely recovering from COVID-19 crisis. I don't know, maybe someone remembers this still. And Estonian experience reveals that in addition to changes in the acquisitions process, there were many more roles taken as peace builders during Russians' invasions to Ukraine since February 24th, 2022, like hubs for integration, family-friendly places, providing new services, facilitating charity, providing participation, and also being part of a broader network for working for refugees. And this is it. I understand that our time is scarce, but later, if we have time for questions and comments, I'm also here. And if you want to, you can email me for further correspondence. So this is it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Krista. Thanks, Krista, for giving us our first presentation in this second session on Ask Your Library, Ask Your Museum, Libraries and Museums for Local Communities. And my name's Henry McGee. I'm a museum consultant based in the UK, and so I'll facilitate this session. And so, in the interest of time, we will move straight to our second presenter, Olesia, who will talk about empowering communities through libraries, advancing disaster risk reduction and socio-economic resilience in Moldova. So over to you, Olesia.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today, and my name is Olesia Pushka-Shvets. I'm a librarian at the Jamna Public Library in Aneninoy district, Moldova. And I'm also a member of Librarians Association of the Republic of Moldova. Today I will like to share my personal experience as one of beneficiaries of a powerful project that strengthened our libraries' role in building resilience communities. Why libraries, if you ask? Because they are more than places for books, and they are safe spaces trusted by the communities. People come to us for support and information and connection. And in time of crisis, libraries can offer help, guidance, and the library become a meeting space, a safe place, and even a temporary coordination point for distribution essential resource. In Moldova, libraries are actively involved in preparedness and response activities. For example, our libraries organize exhibition, workshops, and training sessions dedicated to public preparedness for emergency situation, like seism, events, floods, or fire. We provide free access to information, internet, and computers, which is especially important during crisis when people need to request aid, communicated with family, or document damage. We also collaborate with local authorities, civil protection services, NGOs, and the AGSU, General Inspectorate for Emergency Situation, to build effective local prevention and response plans. These partnerships help us strengthen our community's capacity to act before, during, and after a disaster. The project called Reduction Disaster Risk, Vulnerability, and Strengthening Socioeconomic Resilience in Moldova, and supported by the STRIVE Consortium, ABRM, and funded by the French Development Agency. I was one of the 10 librarians selected from Anninoi to take part in an intensive training program, and more than 100 librarians from the National Library System also received specialized training in digital tools, disaster risk awareness, emergency responses, and community engagement. These sessions helped me and us understand how librarians can truly protect and empower their community. It was a unique collaboration between international and local partners, which showed us the global support can empower local impact. This is our librarians, 10 librarians. As a participant, I also joined national networking events where I meet many librarians from all over Moldova. 215 libraries come together. We shared our experience, exchanged good practices, learned from one another, and built connection, and I hope it's for a long time. It was inspiring to feel part of something bigger, a national movement for a safer and stronger communities. All the 10 libraries received important updates. This included structural renovation, a new ACT equipment, and additional resources for the public. As a result, the libraries become not only more modern, but also better equipped to support communities during emergency situation. The collections were also enriched in all participants' libraries with the new books, educational games, and materials for emergency situation. The new equipment made it easier to organize workshops and activities. We also saw more young people coming to the library. You can see that. As a project partner, ABRM has developed a dedicated section on its website, the Resilience Hub, accessible to all users. And the space including available resource both in video and text formats, providing information about the project as well as essential guidance on risk management and disaster preparedness. You can access these materials by following this link and exploring, of course, the connect available. This is 10 libraries and ABRM college and BSF college. So this experience showed me how libraries can become powerful agents of change. Thanks to this project, we now have the skills, tools, and the support network to make a real difference in our communities. Library can truly act as local resilience hubs, and this model can be repeated in other regions too. If to say like a conclusion, this project showed us that libraries are active agents of change, mainly thanks to training, partnerships, and modern infrastructure. As a result, with a built stronger libraries and better prepared communities. Still, the most important investment in must remain in people, just as important as infrastructure. And above all, librarians can lead the resilience process because a real change begins with the community. I'm proud to be part of this transformation, and with small steps we are building safer, smarter and stronger communities. If to say about the challenges during this project, I naturally face some difficult and challenges. It has happened when stepping into something new and important. One of the biggest challenges for me was stepping outside of the traditional role of a librarian and go outside of my control zone, of course. And it's not so easy to talk about the disaster risk with the community. It was something new and something felt unfamiliar. But with support my colleagues, I learned how to communicate with confidence and build trust. All of this to personal achievements and that I'm truly proud of. I gained skills that go far beyond library work, like community organizing, risk communication, and digital training. I now feel more empowered to support not just individual readers, but the entire communities. I also helped organize public sessions on disaster awareness, something completely new for our small village. And of course, this project also aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, especially 11 sustainable cities and communities, and for quality education, because libraries support these goals every day by offering inclusive spaces, building community resilience, and promotion lifelong learning. I truly believe that by investing in library, we invest in sustainable and more resilient future for everyone. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm honored to represent not only my a small village, not only my community from Illinois, but our country, and all the library network of Moldova. This is my first experience, international experience of this kind. And I'm a young professional with only 3 years years in the field, and this is a first project I've won with results I'm truly proud on. I'm very grateful to be part of this inspiring event, and I look forward to having a beautiful collaboration in the future. So finally, I wish everyone peace, inner harmony, and all the best. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alicia, for a great presentation, and a reminder that, you know, often we need to build our own capacities and our own confidence in order to inspire and support others. So for our next presentation, we will move to Greta from the Lithuanian Librarians Association, who will join us online. And she's going to talk about interactive media and information literacy, a van called the Cookie Truck. So look forward to hearing about this. Hello, Greta, so we see you, and we are just hopefully about to hear you. So we're just waiting for your sound, Greta. So just to make a few notes in your books, everyone else, just while we wait to get this.
Because from my part, I think everything is working.
Okay, we hear you now, so so you're good to go. So we look forward to hearing about the cookie truck. So over to you, Greta.
Thank you. So I'm very glad that I'm here, and it's really an honor to be here. So I will share my screen, and I hope you will be able to see my presentation. So thank you again, everyone. My name is Greta. I'm the Vice President of Lithuanian Librarians Association. And today I am very, very excited to share with you an innovative initiative from Lithuania that combines creativity, community engagement, and education. It's called Cookie Truck. So our main goal is to empower communities, because media and information literacy is the key for the smart and well-informed citizens. All activities in media and information literacy in Lithuanian public libraries are based on important strategic document, and you are seeing its name. We are based by the Ministry of Culture in Lithuania. So we have this program, this huge program that we are implementing in our libraries. So every year, Lithuanian public libraries host a wide range of events, meetings, challenges, trainings, hikes, other important activities under this program. And the Cookie Truck is just a small part of this program. So you can see our path that we were trying to create something innovative and something new for our audiences. So this was the plan that we started, and we finished it with an idea of a cookie truck. So this is how it became to be. So it is a mobile educational project launched in Panevėžys County Public Library. It aims to enhance media information literacy among residents of all ages. So there is 5 sets of this cookie truck in every county library in Lithuania right now. So it is a tent that looks like a truck, and its goal is to visit For example, city birthdays, festivals, any other activities that it brings masses to the public. So it is a mobile van that travels across Lithuania, offering interactive activities designed to improve critical thinking and digital literacy. Participants can engage in various tasks such as distinguishing facts from opinions, identifying reliable sources, and understanding the implication of personal data online. These activities are gamified, with the participants earning symbolic cookies, so as a reward for their engagement. And they get a delicious chocolate chip cookie. We explained that you can meet cookies online whenever entering any website, as they ask you, do you accept cookies? So this is like a food truck for media and information literacy. So UNESCO 1964 recommendations emphasizes the importance of education and fostering international understanding, cooperation, and peace. It advocates for education that promotes human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the development of critical thinking skills. So Cookie Truck aligns with these principles by providing inclusive educational opportunities, encouraging critical engagement with media, promoting digital literacy, and responsible information consumption. So since last year, the Cookie Truck has reached over 4,200 residents, over 27 events, including children, students, adults, and seniors. Participants have reported increased awareness of digital rights, improved ability to discern misinformation, and enhanced understanding of online privacy. The initiative has forced a sense of community and collaboration, with individuals from diverse backgrounds coming together and to learn and share the knowledge. In addition to interactive activities, Cookie Truck offers access to a curated section of media and information literacy literature, such as how to understand media, screen time, magic of propaganda. Participants can also explore critical thinking games. We have Populistas and Fake News board game, which are available for borrowing in the libraries. The resource supports continuing learning and reflection beyond Cookie Truck visits. But the Cookie Truck as a model is integrating a media information literacy into community-based education. It demonstrates the potential of libraries and other public institutions to play an important role in promoting digital literacy and critical thinking. Cookie Truck contributes to a global effort to cultivate informed and responsible and engaged citizens. In conclusion, Cookie Truck is more than just a cookie truck, a mobile van. It is a tool to change how we approach education in digital age. By fostering media and information literacy, it empowers individuals to navigate the complexity of information landscape with the confidence. So thank you very much, and I encourage you to explore maybe similar activities and initiatives to your community, and consider how you can contribute to promote media and information literacy in such a harsh propaganda world. So thank you.
Thank you, Greta, for a really nice presentation and about the importance of reaching out from within our buildings to reach people in their communities. So we look forward to you. I hope you can join the rest of the conference. So we've managed to gain a little bit of time. So what I suggest we do now is, if you can just turn to the person next to you or nearest to you and just talk for, let's say, 2 or 3 minutes on the main things that you've heard this morning. what stands out for you, and just to introduce yourselves to one another. But let's try and be strict and keep it to the 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, and then we'll start back and we'll have 2 more presentations. Okay, it's always a shame to interrupt the discussion, but hopefully you'll have more chances for discussion. Oh, I know you ask people to discuss, and then you ask them to stop. Okay, so we're going to move now to the next speaker. Skills. So we move now to hear from Zani Grunwalde, who's the president of the Latvian Museums Association, and she's going to talk about We for Our Community, capacity building for the GLAM institutions in Latvia, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. Okay, so we're just waiting for you to appear on the screen, Zani. And just to say that Zani is coming now.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Zani. We can't see you yet. We're just waiting for you to appear on the screen, Zani. Okay, Zani, so you can start. So please take it away.
So hello, you can hear me very well, yes?
Yes, we hear you well. Yep. So
Henry, do you hear me in your room?
Yes, we hear you well, Zani. Please start your presentation. Please start your speech.
Okay. Okay. Hello, dear participants, dear organizers, viewers, and the cooperation partners. I am Zana Greenwald, as Henry McGee said, and I am head of the board of the Latvian Museum Association and also director of Madona Local History and Art Museum. And I am truly pleased to join to this conference today. Something was changed, and I cannot be with you in Ukraine, but I am online in Latvian National Library, and this conference is very important and necessary, not only for museums and library specialists, but also for other people who are interested to make how make stronger society, and of course, world better. And first of all, to strengthening memory institutions as main platforms for society and for local communities. For 5 years ago, Latvian Museum Association has proposally implemented projects that support implementation of SDGs in museums and libraries. And this is really a collaborative project that included museums, libraries from Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, later joined by Georgia, Moldova, and in this year, Ukraine. Thank you for that, because this is really a big experience, and always it's very great to hear true stories about your situation, about your activities, and about life of museums and so on. So in these years, we had realized different type of activities for localizing SDGs, but I would like to share our experience with the one special project that Latvian Museum Association implemented in 2024 in cooperation with Latvian Librarian Association, Latvian National Commission for UNESCO, and of course British Council Latvia. Through this project, we aim to emphasize the important role of museums in strengthening and uniting their local communities. And this project consisted of 3 stages. So, first of all, may I ask next slide, please? Thank you. So, first of all, we organized training cycle with 5 lectures for professionals from museum, libraries, archives, and galleries to provide the knowledge, share experience, and inspire ideas, and how memory institutions can engage with communities that are distant or harder to reach. And the training was led by 2 brilliant lecturers, Kristina Leontieva and Anita Birznieta, and out of more than 100 participants, 30 were selected. And at the end of the training, participants who attend all lectures, they were eligible to apply for a grant to realize their ideas. So the second stage was project competition. We received 11 projects, of which we supported 3. Rotko Museum in Daugavpils, Valmiera Library, and Dubulti Art Station in Jūrmala. And the third stage of this project was this project implementation that took place from April to October in each of these institutions. And now I know that I have not so many time. I will share more about these examples. So please, next slide. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the first project was our Rotko Museum project, which was for establishment of Rotko Museum Youth Club. Why this was so important that we choose also this Rotko Museum project? Because Rotko Museum is located in Daugavpils. This is the 2nd largest city in Latvia, and also this is a city where are very high percentage of Russian-speaking residents. So the task of cultural institutions, museums, art centers, libraries, it's really complex. How to attract Russian-speaking people, invite them to themselves, unite, not divide, but invite to do common ideas, invite them to museums and do things together, not separate. And this youth club was established at the Rothko Museum, which brought together young people from different schools and spoke for these young children or these young people. They spoke both in Latvian and Russian, and that was really great example how take this good practice from Latvian National Museum of Art, because they have this youth club more than several years, and Rothko Museum started to make this project last year. And Rothko Museum team created its club as a platform for these young people to get them involved in the work of museum, express their ideas, and also implement these ideas in museum life, and also around the museum, also in city. And what is very importantly, young people learn how to understand contemporary art, because the Rothko Museum is a museum where are many exhibitions with contemporary artists, and of course in these exhibitions sometimes you need to know the background to speak about important things, what's happening in society, and that is really great possibility to young people using contemporary art to speak about human rights, about respect in society, or diversity, also climate change, and of course about war, because it's all the time very close, especially from 2022. And yeah, the young people started to organize by themselves activities. So we can say that museum team trust these young people, and I know that this is just beginning to this youth club, because when the project ended, young people said that they really want to come to museum. They see that museum can be a great platform to where they can share with their ideas, where they can ask questions about many important topics, and where they can be involved in museum life. So they understand that the museum really is this best place where they come in their free time. So yeah, please, next slide. There's a little bit some pictures also from this Rothko Museum. They make even a wonderful event in summer, which calls Kultur Pizza, like in English, culture pizza. And they brought together different type of people with learned to others how can some activities, some master classes, and that was like a really big experience for them and also for Rothko Museum. So next slide is about second project, and this is a project from Art Station Dubulti, and this Art Station Dubulti organize this project together with Jūrmala Library and also social day center Kauguri. And here in this project, the main target audience were children from social center who often feel neglected perhaps in daily life. And what did the project organizer? She involved a photographer who was very professional, and started to learn those children how to use their phones, not only for internet or games or chatting, but also how to make better photos. And these photos they made with all these focusing things, with light things, to understand better how make a composition and how choose some thematic views. And that is really interesting how said also this leader of this project, Inta, the young people, they were so exciting about this idea that they can make photos, for example, about flowers, cats or dogs or some celebrities or something like that. But after the so after this project, they make very great exhibition. And the third project is really great. Please, the next slide. And the next slide, please. Yeah. Valmiera Library. They realized project where the main location for this project was Seda, small town in Vidzeme, who developed in during Soviet era, primarily focused on peat extraction. So large part of the population came here from territory of Russia. So in the city is many people Russian speaking, and therefore in this project, a library was like main platform who started to bring together two generations. Older generation which speaks Russian, what little Latvian media feels misunderstood and unnecessary, and the younger generation which is tearing away from the small city, who really don't want to live in this small city, but they really want to live in Riga or somewhere else. And the library became as the main platform to unite these generations with excursions to explore a bonded place, with many evenings and events to record memories, stories from all the generation, to record the traditions and folklore. And what is very important in this project, they built up conversation about values or non-values from Soviet heritage, because we know that in Latvia and also in other neighboring countries, this is a really painful issue, and the most current thoughts are about destruction of such places. But Seda is a city where our main life was formed precisely in this time, and therefore librarians, they made like small booklet, brochure, and they discussed about this place, how important the history of this place, and that we need to learn from this history, not forget, because we cannot switch out one period from Latvia history, also this Soviet time history, and there was so many thoughts and discussions about names who came from Soviet period. So I know that I need to end, therefore the next slide. And one next slide, please. So what are the project outcomes from these three projects? We know that we need to continue such activities to strengthen memory institutions. We really want to work more also with archives and galleries, not only with the librarians and museum specialists, and with these projects to strengthening the role of memory institutions in society. And therefore this is like our big step is establish the GLAM, where all institutions, galleries, libraries, archives and museums collectively represent the field and speak about their interests, speak about their general and main questions, and can be like very strong memory institution platform in society. So therefore, thank you for your attention. And end of this presentation, I would like to say, especially for Ukraine, we really pray for you and wish that peace will come and war will end it, and thank you for that.
Thank you, dear Zani, and we hope you'll be able to take part in the rest of the conference. And thank you for your fantastic presentation. Really, what I heard there is about the importance of working together and not avoiding the difficult topics, and about how the museums and libraries can be places where different perspectives can come together to work through them for our common future. So thank you, and we will move next for our last speaker in this session will be Krista Patsi from Tallinn City Museum, who's going to talk to us about community engagement in Estonian museums, building connections through collaborative efforts. So, thank you.
Hello, I'm Kristi from Estonia. It's a great pleasure to be here because it's before lunch, you know. But I hope we can manage. I'm the board member of the Estonian Museum Association, and I'm the head of the Kalamaja Museum in Tallinn City Museum in Estonia. And of course, I'm great honor to be here, and my presentation is divided to two parts. For first part, I will tell you two great examples of community work in Estonian museums, and the second part is my community, the museum community, about the Estonian Museum Association and how we operate and what we do. After all, the museum landscape can only be as strong as the museum community behind it. Now you can see my museum, the Kalamaja Museum. I'm coming from this little small museum in Tallinn, Estonia. And Kalamaja Museum was the Europeans Museum Award winner in Community and Participation of Engagement 2024. And the Kalamaja, what is the Kalamaja? Kalamaja is the most oldest district in Tallinn, and Kalamaja means fish house or fish village. That's the name behind it. And the Kalamaja, situated near the sea, where is the seaplane harbor, is also mentioned before in the morning near our museum. And the Kalamaja Museum oh, my presentation went away. Since the very first moment, the Kalamaja Museum has been the joint project between the people of the area. The museum started 2018 with a survey conducted among locals, which revealed that people are interested in hearing stories about yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And they want, of course, a nice place where the community could meet. This was followed by brainstorming, meetings, interviews with the former and the current residents of Kalamaja, which laid the basis of the concept and the permanent exhibition of the museum. Tens and tens of former and current residents of Kalamaja have participated in the setting up of the exhibition and donating items and sharing the memories. Here you can see some of our community members with a Sileto European Prize. They are very proud that Kalamaja Museum is the best in Europe. And you can see also our community members coming together, donating things. You can see the rubber boots up there, donated to the museum, and collecting things from the community also in this picture. Since the Kalamaja Museum was a very new initiative, we didn't have anything on in the museum, so we gave the power, handed over to the community. The decision-making process was on the community, and even the local people did choose our museum like a logo and a visual identity. We gave power to them. Please choose the logo to the museum, and they did. It was a great process. And in the daily work of our museum, community members are actively involved in our everyday life in the museum, making exhibitions, of course, making tours, making cooking nights, making community nights, whatever you can imagine, they are doing there. So it's so nice to have people coming to museum and doing everything in the museum. We are very open to the museum, people in the museum. And the second great initiative in Estonia is in Tartu. Tartu is the second largest city in Estonia, and there is Tartu City Museum. And there now the exhibition, Our Tartu. And this is also a great example for a community engagement. They created this exhibition in collaboration with the districts of Tartu, working together with the local associations, residents, to ensure that every district is represented in the exhibitions. There are 17 districts there, so quite many. And they have carried out several interesting initiatives with locals, and still more interesting to come. For example, right now they're running action where each district, they have their own monument for a short time. And the other initiative you can see here, they are organizing the bus tours to different Tartus districts with the locals, with the people who are in the bus to communicate, and of course with one theater to connect with them. And now, the other part of my presentation is Estonian Museum Association, because, like I said, museum landscape can only be as strong as the museum community behind it. Our museum association is quite old, established in 1988. We have over 400 members in our museum association. And we unite Estonian museum professionals. This is an umbrella organizing and uniting museum workers all over Estonia. As an established and respected organization, Estonian Museum Association plays a vital role fostering communications and connection within a museum field. And what we do in the Estonian Museum Association, we do quite many various training programs, and many of those in the month. What about? Like a wide range of topics. About collection work, for example. And here you can see one great example also. It's a mental health workshop for our people, our museum community. It's very like a thing what we do right now in Estonia. And of course we have quite many working groups in Estonian Museum Association. We are coming together like collection managers, of course educators, marketing specialists, even museum shop staff are coming together once a month all over Estonia. Human research groups in our museums, and we have this small museum group who are gathering also in our museums. And ideas for these working groups are also coming from our communities directly. We listen, we talk, and we bring forward what matters to our people. Sharing is a very important thing, as you know. We share in Estonian Museum Association quite a lot. Here you can see a museum education, like a program from colleague to colleague. We're going museums all over Estonia to share ideas what we do. It's the Estonian first hands-on museum. As you can see here, I have been working there many years. And we have this joint training program between museum and libraries educational staff. So we have very good connection in Estonia between libraries and museums. And I myself have been part of the wonderful initiative between the Tallinn Central Library and Tallinn City Museum, where you can go to the library and lend a museum ticket. You can lend a ticket and go to the museum for free. And this initiative is now all over Estonia. And this project is focused by accessibility, availability, and is increasing visibility for museums and libraries. And our community more, we have this spring field trip for our members, and of course, like every kind of traditional conferences with the ICOM Estonia. We are like our members are here. We are giving them flowers with such birthdays or milestones of their life, because the people in our community, they are very important, important to us. And more, we are choosing Estonian best museum souvenir. It's important for our community, but also people of Estonia can have museum shops. Such good place to go to shopping. Why not? It's also important to people to know that museum shops are good places to go. And we are honoring the Museum Friend of the Year every year. Can be a person. As you can see here, one lady will have gone every museum in Estonia, and can be organization too. Okay, and we do the museum night in our Estonian Museum Association for the 14 times, and we are doing organizing Estonian Museum Awards together with the National Heritage Board, and Estonian National Museum Award is Museum Rat. We are giving out museum rats every year. Sounds good, I think. And that's all, I think. Where is my last slide? My last slide is somewhere. Oh, yes, it's here. My last slide is also very important. It could be, and it will be, such a nice touch between libraries and museums and with our communities, like the feeling in here, the very warm feeling. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christy. It's very nice to get the nice warm feeling before lunch. So we've heard a range of really fantastic presentations, not just about how museums and libraries might promote peace or localize sustainable development, but how they already are doing it, and how we can really strengthen our efforts by working together, learning from one another, collaborating, working in partnership within and between countries, standing up for one another, listening to one another's concerns, and trying to work for the better future. So I'd like to thank you for your attention. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to the organizers and to stand with Ukraine. So with that, we'll move to lunch, but one crucial thing, through the lunch break, please do continue your discussions. That's so obvious, it's hardly worth saying. But also, there is the little exhibition and the tree. So please do take a look at that. Please do contribute to it, and be back ready to start at 2 p.m. Okay, thank you.
fantastic lunch. Wow. I mean, that scores high for me in terms of best parts of the day so far. I mean, obviously, I was fed in other ways with all those wonderful contributions and so on, but that was good. That was good. So welcome back to the afternoon session of this really inspiring day. I don't know about you, but over lunchtime, I was thinking, I was just thinking how hard it is to actually sometimes put into words what it means to be in a conversation like this. At this time, it's, as a historian, it feels like one of those sort of moments, really. And certainly in terms of my personal narrative, it will stay with me for many, many years. And, but I was, very struck by that as I was enjoying my falafel and vegetables. But I was also thinking about, what do I feel, actually? And just allowing myself to come into my body, because we spend so much time in our heads. We're thinkers, and that's great, and it's really powerful and important to be thinking in that way. But actually, once I start to let it drop into my body, I start to hear and feel different things. And so many conflicting things were coming up for me. So I invite you this afternoon, and I should say, only Henry and I in this room have the power of speaking our own language. Thank you for allowing us that power. Please stop us if we abuse it. You know, there's no way to say this really without it sounding trite, but I cannot begin to tell you how grateful I am that you are able to express all of these things in another language. And I lived as an immigrant. I've lived in Sweden for many years. Sweden's an easy country to live in. Everybody speaks English fluently from a very, very young age. But even so, I know that I lost part of myself once I couldn't speak in my language. And I never lost that feeling of never being fully present. So thank you. And if the words are sometimes going over your head, as we would say in English, then just drop in. I invite you, drop into the body and just see, where am I feeling this? What am I feeling? So this afternoon's session, we're talking about peace building through heritage before, during, and after conflict. I think this picks up on one of the most important things that I heard this morning, which was from Ihor, when he said, and I hope I get this right, so correct me if I get this wrong, but he said, it's difficult to talk about peace right now. It's not really part of the conversation. And of course it isn't. Of course it's difficult. It is incredible. It's an open wound. And it made me reflect very much on how we use these words, how powerful they can be, and how important it is for us to spend time reflecting on that. The power of language, explaining how we are understanding and using a word like peace. When I am here in a country that is at war. So thank you. It's made me feel very, very humble. and that's another of my favorite words. But I will move on because it's my great pleasure to introduce Valeria Sucheno. Have I got that? Soroceno. I almost got that right. Valeria is from the Museum of Chisinau and also from ICOM in Moldova. And she is talking about cultural heritage as an instrument of peace building in the Transnistrian conflict zone. Valeria, you are most welcome.
Thank you. About language. Sorry for my bad English language. When I came in Lviv, I understand that Ukrainian language is more appropriated for me than English. But I will try to continue in English. Good day, everyone. And really, for me, it's very important to be here. Thank you very much to organizer for inviting us the second time in the conference. It was a wonderful conference in Latvia, and now we are here in Lviv, and I would like to salute our colleague from Ukraine. I wish you to be strong. I wish you keep your strong, and I hope the Ukraine win, and we, Moldova, now exist only then Ukraine keep this peace in our borders. And I would like to share my experience. Of course, I'm a director at the Chisinau City History Museum, but in this direction I started like president of ICOM, and in 1970 we started one big project, culture platform. This project was financed by European Union in the frame of the program confidence building. Please next. Sorry. This? Okay. Thank you. Here is some picture from our activity in the frame of this project. Today I will talk about the river Dniester and about this cultural heritage potential to peace building. If you talk about this river Dniester, this is one. Oh my God. Sorry. I need to. Okay. I need some theses. The river Dniester is both a line of division and one big potential for bridge between our divided territory, Moldova and Transnistria. 30 years ago, this Transnistrian conflict started by Russia Federation, and now this conflict is frozen, and of course they have their local authority, but Republic of Moldova try to solve this conflict, but at the level of governmental structure, it's very huge job, and more association involved in the project, which with the aim to find this collaboration between manager of cultural institution and the people from Transnistrian region and Moldova involved in culture heritage field, but I have to. Here you see 4 stages of this program, confidence building measures supported by European Union, and in the frame of all this project, we had different direction, and one of the important direction was elected the great potential of cultural heritage, which can help our divided society to find this dialogue because we have common history, and River Dniester had the very big potential for exploring our history to create one common future axis on cultural heritage. And here you can see this relation between our region and, for example, Cucuteni-Tripolye culture, which is common for Romania, Moldova, and Ukraine, and also River Dniester divide this big areal of this archaeological culture. Also medieval fortress, for example, Hotin, Tigina, Soroka, Citate Alba. I don't know how in Ackerman medieval fortress, and the same historical medieval Moldovan principality when this medieval heritage was constructed. And here we proposed to unite all this heritage potential and propose to create one River Dniester museum. You can see this point, from this point of view, we can unite our cultural heritage. And we propose this Dniester Museum to explore cultural road, which do this relation between different historical epoch, different society. 5 minutes. And we proposed this multiple theme for multiple roads, Jewish, Polish road, Ukrainian community, Bulgarian community, which can unite us. And we explore also intangible heritage, carpet weaving, we explore ceramic and pottery in the frame of this culture platform. Of course, we have study visit, and also one very important moment with involvement of colleagues from Transnistrian region, we proposed for EU CBM program one idea to restore several cultural heritage objectives. And in 1920, it was decided to support two big projects, this Tigina Fortress and the Circus from Chisinau, and also 10 heritage objectives, which was restored in the frame of the program confidence building measure. Here you have you see, I can show you our common history. In Bendera region, for example, was the last day of the Mazepa. Okay, several objectives was restored in our. We together we create touristic road which can explore by local people and tourists, which related to both of the river Dniester. Here you can see the result of our project in the international exhibition. And of course, Chisinau City Museum is very important for all this work, because our museum every time is involved in this collaboration. Also, we have this methodological approach which supported our idea to create Dniester Museum. And of course, here we can talk about our collaboration with ICOM. For example, last year we was in Gabrova and shared the experience of, with museum from Gabrova. We participated Živa Art anniversary. And of course, we have this direction, and we work with young people, with students which explore this big potential of the river Dniester. And here we had one plenaire where the students from Chisinau and Tigina worked together for 3 days. And also, maybe on my last slide, and one last project which was implemented supported by Peaceful Building Fund. Here we have one very important topic: human right in access to culture heritage. This problem, which not before attractive for the peace building, because they put accent in other direction, but not for culture, not for culture heritage. And we started to discuss with the program how is important that every people now this droit, right. This right, my Romanian English, right to cultural, not only to explore culture heritage, but to be involved in valorization, identification, and of course here is association is very important for not only academical institution, but also local community need to be involved in this process. How can and this is our idea, how culture heritage can help us to discuss together, to do together analytical reports, to do together some proposal for next step. And this our idea to really create this River Dniester Museum, which can be this bridge between two banks of the River Dniester. And I think we have successful results, because we have more 460 persons involved, and we have sustainable collaboration started from 2017 before today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was absolutely wonderful. Somebody who said she couldn't speak English. That was perfect, really. And two things it brought home for me. Geography, spaces, landscapes, and how we're all standing. You know, we stand in history, we stand in the heritage, and we shape it. And also that sense of, as well as being rights holders, when we work in cultural institutions, we are also duty bearers. People will have their rights if we create the conditions for that. If we don't, then they don't. So thank you, that was wonderful. And it's now my great pleasure to introduce Lana Karya, who comes from ICOM, Georgia. Karya. I thought I said that right. I've been practicing that one over the... Well, anyway, Lana. Lana is going to talk about museums and heritage shaping identity, belonging and resilience in the Georgia's occupied territories. Lana.
Thank you. Can you hear me? So this is, okay. Yeah. Okay, to keep the time, I will use my notes, and if I'm just, I use extra time, just note to me. Well, thank you very much, first of all, to Inga personally and the whole project team for inviting me to this conference. And of course, it's really, how to say, very emotional for me just to arrive. It's my first time in Ukraine, and just to acknowledge and to feel this everything what's happening. This is, since crossing the border, it's very, very emotional, and it becomes more and more. Thank you very much, Inga, for this opportunity to speak at the conference and to be here together with our Ukrainian colleagues. My presentation will focus about the museums and heritage in the occupied territories. I represent here ICOM Georgia, and I also work for the Georgian Museum Association. And today I will speak about our two occupied territories in the West Georgia, in Abkhazia, and in the South Ossetia. This is the regions where destructions has targeted not only buildings, but the very fabric of identity, belonging, and resilience. This is actually the story about damaged monuments or lost collections. This is about the deliberate erasure of cultural identity, the struggle for belonging in exile, and the resilience of a community that refuses to let its heritage be silenced. And I really share this really common pain, what Ukraine is now undergo, how the cultural identities and the national identity is under the erasure and really on target. Before moving to the main topic, I would like to present you just shortly about the Georgian museums. Georgia, with its rich cultural tapestry, is home to over 330 museums. Those are museums of our collective memory, identity, and civic values. Our museum tradition dates back to the mid of 19th century, rooted in the need to preserve art, religious artifacts, and historical relics against the backdrop of political upheavals and foreign dominations. Georgian museums have faced profound challenges, and I won't talk about the challenges in general of decades and present, but I should have to mention several of them. This is a limited state funding, especially in rural areas, the burden of difficult heritage from the Soviet era, and most critically, the weaponization of cultural heritage during conflicts. Let me now focus on the occupied regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. Since the early 1990s and again in 2008, Georgia has lived with the complex reality of occupation and de facto separation. These territories of physically isolated remain integral part to Georgia's national memory and cultural landscapes. And these regions have witnessed not only geopolitical upheaval, as I mentioned, but also targeted destruction of cultural heritage sites, aiming to erase historical and cultural identities. And in the occupied territories, cultural heritage sites like museums, churches, fortresses, and even graves have often been targeted for destruction, appropriation, or distortion. But even beyond the physical damage, the deeper wound is in the attempt to erase identity. This is from the West occupied territory. This is in Abkhazia, where I will just show you several pictures. I don't have the rich I mean, my presentation is not rich with many pictures, but it's enough to show. This is Bedia Monastery and the Likhny Palace, which were those were looted and damaged, and the Ilori State Georgian church, which is a 10th century Georgian Orthodox site, was illegally repainted and altered to align with Russian Orthodox aesthetics, and act of cultural manipulation, erasing the Georgian identity. And in the second region, it's in Kartli, it's South Ossetia, where the several museums were totally distracted, and this is a kind of a part of the broader strategy to repaint the Georgian churches, and traditional templons replaced by concrete screens, heritage sites repurposed as military bases or training grounds, and place names and narratives rewritten, which is just actually a really present one when in South Ossetia they started to change the museums, so-called the museography, and to rename it from its original name. And the loss of intangible heritage, religious rituals, languages, and cultural practices that can no longer be performed due to the restrict access. I would like to base also on the report of Blue Shield Georgia in 2022, they assessed 737 sites across South Ossetia, and nearly 20% of them are destroyed, and many others are in a poor or unknown condition. And of course, we don't have access neither in Abkhazia and neither in South Ossetia. And of course, this is a clear violation of the international law. This is actually from 2008, the satellite image, when the war started, and ICOM Georgia was established in 2007, then just directly next year, the war started in South Ossetia, and I should definitely underline and mention the big involvement and cooperation of international bodies, and starting from the ICOM International and the others, and they actually called UN bodies like UNESCO, because we had no information about our museums and cultural heritage, what was happening to them during the war. And this is organization UNESCO, which gave us the first satellite imagery, and all of them are just pointed where the damages we had, and this is just only part of the image what we got from this 5 minutes. Okay, great. Yeah, so, okay, I will shorten a little bit. So this is several images from the destruction in South Ossetia. One of them is Nicosia Bishop Palace and Ivane Machabeli House Museum and Didi Liahvi Museum Reserve, State Museum Reserve. Those are the museums which are just, the museum reserve is totally distracted. But I want to mention these two museums, especially how they actually continued their so-called life after the displacement, and thanks to the museum staff. This is the international conference which was organized in 2009, and of course our cultural heritage damage was discussed broadly, and one of the museums was supported and actually advocated by the whole conference participants to renovate this museum, somehow renovate in Tbilisi, because there was a total destruction, but unfortunately, this kind of resolution, which was addressed to the Ministry of Culture, was not successful. And in that case, after this no success, the museum staff created this museum in the village, which is a displacement village, village for the displacement people. It is called Tseroani, and they created this museum. They had no objects and no authentic one, but some of the objects were brought by the museum workers when they were escaping from Samachablo, and they created with all the archival and all the materials which they could found in Tbilisi and in other regions, this museum. And this museum is just really doing great job for the whole village where the IDPs live. And another museum, which is, I already mentioned, this is a museum reserve, which is totally destructed also. This museum also was created by the museum workers in the safe area, and this is actually these two, and I can also mention several other cases, but these two museums are really exemplary how they are, how they are keeping the link with the history, which is just physically is totally distracted and erased, but they are doing a great job just to introduce this everything, and especially for those children who were born after the conflict. And of course, the occupation is not only a geopolitical issue, it affects people's identities, disrupts social ties and structures narratives. It severs communities from their cultural roots, and in many cases attempts to rewrite history. This is where museums and heritage sector more broadly step in as vital spaces of resistance, healing and bridge building. Museums and libraries may become key spaces where the sense of belonging is very rooted. This is where museums serve as a belonging engines, offering displaced communities visibility, recognition, and voice. And of course, resilience is not just the ability to endure hardship, it is a capacity to adapt, to rebuild, and to envision a better future. I can also mention this project, which actually started in 2017. This is a kind of confidence building project, and as I mentioned, we don't have any access and no contacts with Abkhazia in the West Georgia, which is occupied. And this project actually was created to for the meeting of Georgian and Abkhazian colleagues from the museums. And of course, the project in its format, it is a kind of trainings and discussion, but the main idea under this meeting was just to keep this relationship, and really the people started, because there was a big the people from Abkhazian museums, they were scared. Even though they were asking not to show any photographs, not to take any photographs. Of course, we can understand, and I just really tried to blur all of them. Of course, there are other people, they cannot be hide. But this project actually helped the museum people to keep the connection, and actually it was a big result that after this project we got quite a really accurate data from the Abkhazian museums and monuments, and this was a great achievement. But as I mentioned, they really they are stepping back to communicate in any social networks. So yes, time is up as far as I know, but what I actually want to mention again about those two museums which I displayed here, this was actually the great example also for young IDPs who have never seen their ancestral towns, and they can still form a connection through these museums, because they are really working strong and really bravely to keep this connection. And yes, well, I wanted also to say more about this, but okay, I keep the time, and thank you very much. I really tried to bring for you what I actually wanted to say. Thank you very much. Let's continue to collaborate, and as it is written here, let's continue the conversation, collaboration, and to ensure that cultural heritage remains a pillar of resilience, belonging, and peace. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you very much. I would like to greet all my Ukrainian colleagues together with Yihor, and to express my admiration to their work, but I'm always saying what they have done during the war, and yes, it's really, well, I'm really excited and admired with this. Thank you very much. I wish you peace. Slava Ukraini. Дякую, Moldova.
Thank you so much, Lana. Thank you. What a wonderful and inspiring contribution that was. And I just loved the way that Lana talked us through resilience and how resilience can foster such creativity. And, you know, the idea of a museum in exile, the idea of keeping things alive, the idea of the importance of confidence. These are such powerful things that we can do. We have the agency. So thank you. It was a wonderful contribution. And it will be followed by an equally wonderful contribution, because it's now my real joy and pleasure to introduce Baiba Ivana, from the Latvian Librarian Association, and she is going to talk about libraries and neutrality, the librarian and loyalty. What are our responsibilities in war and peace? Welcome.
Thank you for opportunity to be here today. It's very important for me, and also emotionally. About peace, the word peace. I'm from Latvia, and we are currently in the safe space, but I think sometimes it's just an illusion. I was born in 1983, when Latvia was still under the Soviet occupation. But very soon, only 8 years later, in 1991, Latvia fully restored its independence. It seems that I grew up in a transitional stage, where in kindergarten my generation listened to fairy tales about the good Uncle Lenin, but during school time we already sang the Latvian national anthem freely and proudly. I remember very clearly my Russian language teacher and Russian lessons in the 7th grade at school. Latvia had already been free for several years, but I remember, like today, how the teacher excitedly told us how rich, powerful, great and beautiful the Russian language is, like no other in the world. We quoted Pushkin and believed everything the teacher told us. I don't remember a single time when any teachers would have said the same about our Latvian language and literature, or about English and German, which we also learned at school. Colonial imperialism did its dirty work well by infiltrating our minds with its imperialist belief system. And it still does, as we all know and see. Since 2022, we Latvian librarians have discussed a lot about whether libraries can be neutral during war, and what is our role and responsibility in strengthening the resilience of society. Opinions about these problems differ, and at such a moment I often remember my school days and inspiring Russian lessons. In the short time allotted to me, I will try to briefly outline only one significant factor of these discussions: collection development policy. To start, it is important to emphasize that the Latvian library network is a unified system which faces similar problems and challenges. But there are also challenges that are more pronounced in specific regions and cities in Latvia. In the context of war in Ukraine and Russian propaganda, These problems are most visible in regions where the ethnic composition of the population consists of a significant number of Russians, like town I live in, Salaspils. During the Soviet occupation, a significant amount of labor from the former Soviet Union, mostly Russians, was poured into my town, Salaspils, to build the Riga hydroelectric power station, and of course, they stayed here. Today, more than 30 years after regaining independence, in the public space of Salaspils, despite the fact that the official state language is Latvian, Russian is heard by a depressing majority. Russification did its job, and consequences are still felt in our town and in other similar places in Latvia. The language hierarchy established during the Russification period has still not been adequately changed in Latvia, and it is a threat to our national security and continues to maintain a divided society. What does this have to do with libraries, you may ask? Let's take a look. If you walk among the bookshelves of our libraries, an interesting scene can be observed in some of them. On the bookshelves, sometimes there are still 3 such signs next to each other: fiction in Latvian, fiction in Russian, fiction in foreign languages. Our library used to have such signs too. We replaced them only 2 years ago. In discussions with librarians, I have sometimes encountered confusion. So what? What is so wrong with those signs? Very simple. The Russian language in Latvia currently has the same status as any other foreign language. Therefore, the tradition of highlighting books published in Russian on separate shelves is nothing more than a remnant of the occupation period, when the Russian language was declared as the main language of communication in the Soviet Union. And it is surprising that we still, more than 30 years after regaining independence, do not see these manifestations of soft power on our library shelves. But it's quite easy to change the signs on the shelves. Much harder is to change our daily habits and worldview, which in many cases has been shaped by our shared collective historical experience. Since 2022, we have had many discussions in the library about whether the collection should contain literature in Russian and Russian literature at all, whether we should evaluate the content of the existing books, or whether we should continue to buy books from the aggressor countries. Since 2022, many libraries have written off a lot of outdated books in Russian and revised their collections. There are some libraries that stopped buying any literature in Russian. But it is important to emphasize that these are mostly libraries located in regions where the majority of population is Latvian. And in them, for the most part, there is no demand for such literature at all. In cities as Salaspils, it is much more difficult to make such decisions. Many librarians and library managers are still afraid of the possible dissatisfaction of the Russian-speaking part of society. In our library, it took 2 years to make official changes to our collection development policy. It required a lot of discussions, arguments, and also overcoming one's inner fear. As a result, since 2024, we no longer subscribe to newspapers in Russian and do not buy new books published in aggressor countries. We do not discriminate against the Russian language, but we have significantly reduced its representation on our bookshelves. We are well aware that these issues are highly sensitive and not everyone wants to talk about them publicly. So in 2024, we conducted an anonymous survey in which 163 librarians from all regions of Latvia answered various open-ended questions about the work of libraries in the context of war in Ukraine. I will quote only some answers that were related to the collection development policy. So let's see. What will be solved by the fact that there will be fewer books in Russian on our shelves? If it ended the war in Ukraine, I would write all these books without hesitation, but I don't, because I don't think it affects anything. I don't think our library collection should be blamed for Russia's behavior. We do not plan to change anything in the work of our library. 70% of our readers are Russian speakers. In order to maintain the number of readers and the good statistics on the library, we do not change anything. We do not want to change the approach to collection development policy so as not to lose our Russian-speaking patrons. It is difficult to change anything because there are colleagues in my library who are Putinists. And last one. I agree that we should have fewer Russian books in our collection, but if we theoretically imagine that Latvia could be occupied again in a couple of years, then those who wrote off Russian books will definitely be on Russia's blacklists. As you see, we are still in the process of rethinking our daily work and business as usual. And we still have to face challenges and some fear. In most cases, these challenges are not caused by external forces, but are present in ourselves. We can relate these fears and refusal to act to the concept of learned helplessness, a psychological condition when a person or a group of people does not act according to their interests or needs because they do not believe in the possibility of influencing, controlling, or changing what is happening. This condition is often associated with the consequences of totalitarian regimes and people. We have long since regained our independence, but these patterns of behavior are still alive and sometimes still guide us unconsciously. There are libraries in Latvia that operate similarly to our Salaspils County Library, but there are still enough libraries who buy the newest books published in Russia without hesitation. Not to mention the rich representation of good old Russian classics on our bookshelves. We have to rely on the initiative and courage of individual libraries in these matters. And even if we act responsibly, we often don't want to talk about it publicly. There are approximately 700 public libraries in Latvia, 29 of them regional libraries. And analyzing publicly available documents and collection development policies of these 29 libraries, only 2 of them have publicly documented the fact that they do not buy books published in aggressor countries during the war. Why do I think it is important not only to act, but also to express our position publicly and officially? Because that's how we make our position clear. That's how we encourage even those who are afraid to make unpopular decisions alone. And that's how we demonstrate that libraries are united and libraries have real power. This week, the Latvian Librarian Association published a call to all Latvian libraries and Latvian booksellers to stop buying and selling any books published in aggressor countries, and also not to be taking these books as a gift to our collections. We hope it will serve as an example. We all know that Russian literature, culture, and language has been a factor of Russia's ideological influence for centuries. But somehow we have turned a blind eye to it, and now we have to deal with the consequences. Latvian libraries, the Latvian Librarians Association supports Ukraine and Ukrainian libraries in various ways. We organize activities and implement cooperation projects that promote our community's resilience. We do our best to strengthen democracy, media literacy, and the ability to recognize disinformation. We do a lot indeed. But sometimes I ask myself, have we librarians done enough to prevent war before it even started? Language, culture, and libraries are never neutral. We librarians do a lot, but we can do better to promote peace before war. Thank you.
I think the strength of that applause is testament to a really powerful contribution from you, Baiba. And I was so struck by this word neutrality. How many times have I heard this word being spoken in museums and libraries and in cultural contexts, and how many times have I immediately caught myself thinking, it's not possible to be neutral. Whatever we do, we are taking, this is the colonial legacy, this is exactly the world that we're living in. We have had 3 amazingly powerful contributions to start us off this afternoon. I'm going to invite you for 2 minutes to turn to somebody and just reflect and talk just for a couple of minutes about what has most impacted you. What have you heard so far this afternoon that is really, really resonating with you? So if you could just do that for a couple of minutes and perhaps see where we are. So, I invite you to rejoin the conference as we continue our session this afternoon. I hate asking people to stop talking when they're talking, because it's so important, these conversations. And of course, do we have people online? Yeah, so anybody who is joining us online, please, if you have any thoughts or questions or anything, please do write them into the chat so that we can also hear from the voices of the people who are joining us remotely. It's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Rusudan Asatiani is from the Georgian Library Association, and she is going to talk about the role of libraries in border villages established after the war. Rusudan, thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. Thank you, Inga, and organizers. I'm Rusudan Asatiani, the president of Georgian Library Association, and I will talk to you today about the role of the libraries in border villages established after war. Please look carefully on the map. This is Georgia, the yellow thing, and we have neighbor countries, Turkey, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Russia, and you see the different colors. These parts of Georgia is 20% of the country occupied by Russia. I hope that someday I will change, because I'm starting my presentation always with this slide, and hope that someday I will remove these other colors from here. So I will talk today about the two villages where we have modern libraries. This is Hurcha, the border library with the Pazio, the border, yeah. And Tserovani, this is the largest IDP settlement. Lana, my colleague from Georgian Museums, also mentioned this village. So, yeah, and I'm from Georgian Library Association, which was founded in 2000. We have up to 400 members. And one of the main missions of ours is to promote non-formal education of the community through the libraries. And last years we dedicated to village libraries. We had a very good project which was named as Modern Internet Services for the Local Community, and the librarian as a community worker. So we involved also social work, some kind of community mobilization to the libraries. So the libraries in the villages in Georgia are mostly the only place which can gather the people, given informal education and etc. And I will talk about a little bit about Hurcha, the village at the border. So it is a small village in Zugdidi municipality in western Georgia, near the administration boundary line. So the village has been significantly affected by both 1992 and 1993 and 2008 wars. So at the last years we had two times the war with Russia, and due to its location, this village always experienced tension, insecurity, and restricted access to services till even in the times where is no actual war with Russia. So in the years since, residents of Hurcha have continued to live with the psychological, social and infrastructural consequences of conflict. In these contexts, community initiatives such as creating a village library have become powerful tools for healing, education and building social resilience. And the library not only provides their access to knowledge, but also serves as a safe and inclusive space where people, especially children and youth, can gather, learn and reconnect with their identity in future. So Hurcha, as I told already, is a small village, and in the years since, I already told you that residents of Hurcha have continued to live with the psychological consequences of conflict, and the library is not only the place for education, but as a safe space, because there are some people who are living at the Abkhazia now, and they have every day to cross the bridge and come to Georgia, where they are taking their kids in the kindergarten, for example, and in the schools. I have two videos which I want to show to you, and there you can see this briefly. So. And safe space for children. You can see these children are looking at the cartoons and the movies and playing games and etc. And the relatives who had no contact with each other for years because of the internet is very limited in the borderline and in Abkhazia too. After we implemented this internet in the libraries, they could contact to each other almost every day. They have relatives in Russia, in Abkhazia, and this is somehow the space where they can have peace and safety. And the second village I want to show you the videos about is the Tsarovani settlement, as I mentioned, and Lana also mentioned in her presentation. It was established in 2008 following the August War between Georgia and Russia, which forced over 2,000 ethnic Georgians to flee their homes in the Skin Valley region, South Ossetia. And while residents were provided with shelter, they have faced ongoing challenges, included limited economic opportunities, social isolation, and the loss of homeland and community networks. So, although the Tsarovani IDP settlement is not a border village, of course, created as a result of the war, it's compactly populated by internally displaced persons. The library provided the following service to them, and therefore I would like to not dwell on this and on the details, and please show the videos. I hope that will work. First of all, the first video about Hurcha, then about the Tsarovani.
ბიბლიოთეკაში დავდივარ თითქმის 20-25 წელი იქნება. საერთოდ მიყვარს კითხვა და ვესნობი ყოველ ახალს. ბიბლიოთეკის არსებობას სოფელში დიდი მნიშვნელობა აქვს. განსაკუთრებით ბავშვებისათვის.
ცხოვრობა აფხაზეთში, ნაბაკებში. გაუსაძლესია იქაური ცხოვრება, იმიტომ რომ არ არის განვითარება. მიყავს ორი ბიჭი, ყოველდღე მიწევს ფეხით გადმოსვლა, პოსტი რო გადმოვიდა ბავშვებთან ერთად მომყავს აქეთ ხურჩაში, დამყავს აქ ბაღში. გადასვლა და გადმოსვლაც ეს პრობლემა ნამდვილად არის უცებ რა მოუვათ თავში ღმერთმა არის ეს რა. ბიბლიოთეკაში მოვედი, იმიტომ რომ 9 ჯერ გადასვლა რო არ მომდომებოდა, განსანა ბაღი დაუმთავრდებოდათ, მანამდე ვიყავი ბიბლიოთეკაში და ველოდებოდი აქ.
ინად მაინც და მაინც ხალხმრავლობა არ იყო ბიბლიოთეკაში. ინტერნეტი ყველა სოფლის ბიბლიოთეკას, აი ეს პროექტი რო გამოჩნდა, იმის შემდეგ ბიბლიოთეკა მართლა გამოცოცხლდა.
ახლა მონადირე მცითელ ქუდაკ, დიდი მადლობა, რომ გადამარჩინე.
ბიბლიოთეკაში ინტერნეტის შემოსვლის შემდეგ რამოდენიმე წლის უნახავი ნათესავები ერთმანეთს დაუკავშირდნენ ამ ინტერნეტის მეშვეობით. ძირითადად სარგებლობენ ინტერნეტს რეესტრის გამო, მედიცინის შესახებ გებულობენ ინტერნეტით. სამსახური რომ იშოვონ აი ამიტომ.
მოვდივარ იმისთვის, რომ მაინტერესებს მართვის მოწმობის აღება, მოგეხსენებათ ზუგდიდში შორია გზა, ამიტომ მეცადინეობ აქ. ჩვენთვის სასიცოცხლოდ მნიშვნელოვანია, რომ არსებობდეს ინტერნეტი.
ინტერნეტის შემოსვლის შემდეგ ბიბლიოთეკაში უფრო მეტი კითხველი შემოვიდა. როგორ ახლა მელი წაიკითხე? მაგალითად წელიწადში მე მყავდა მკითხველი 120, ეხლა კი 3 თვეში ყავს 120 მკითხველი.
წერუნის დევნილთა დასახლებაში ცხოვრობს ძირითადად ახალგორიდან და ლიახვის ხეობიდან ჩამოსახლებული ხალხი. ძირითადად მისდევენ სოფლის მეურნეობას, მაგრამ მიწები აქვს ძალიან ცოტა. მეც გავაშენე პატარა ბაღი.
პროექტ ინტერნეტი და კომპიუტერი ყველა სოფლის ბიბლიოთეკის ფარგლებში ჩვენს ბიბლიოთეკას გადმოეცა კომპიუტერი. ამის შემდეგ იგი ხელმისაწვდომი გახდა მოსახლეობისათვის, რადგან გამოეყენებინათ თავის შეხედულებისაგან.
ეს რო გავაკეთოთ? ხო, მოდი, გავაკეთოთ.
ძირითადად ჩვენს ინტერნეტს იყენებენ ბავშვები, აბიტურიენტები, სტუდენტები, არის მოსახლეობაც უფროსი ასაკის.
ამ ბიბლიოთეკაში მოვდივართ ხშირად. მოსახლეობას ყველას არ აქვს სახში კომპიუტერი და პრინტერით მით უმეტეს აღჭურვილი. აქ შეიძლება მოვიძიოთ ინფორმაცია და ამოვბეჭდოთ ფურცელზე, შეიძლება გავაშენოთ, როგორ შეიძლება უწამლოთ.
ძირითადად მოსახლეობას ვეხმარებით კომპიუტერთან მუშაობისას, მაგალითად Word-ი, Excel-ი, ასევე ინფორმაციის მოძიება და შემდეგ მათი ამოპრინტერება.
განათლების მიღებაში დიდ როლს ასრულებს კომპიუტერი და როდესაც შემოვიდა ინტერნეტი, უფრო მეტი ინფორმაციის გაგების საშუალება მოგვცა მან და ჩვენი მეცადინეობის ხარისხი გაიზარდა.
ჩემთვის ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანია ამ პროექტში მონაწილეობა, რადგან ამ პროექტის ფარგლებში მე საკმაოდ ბევრი რამ შევისწავლე და ახლა ჩემ ამ ცოდნას ვუზიარებ მომხმარებელს.
Thank you so much, Rusadan. I feel very much as if I embody the global minority and certainly very aware of how much I take for granted. So thank you. and also the importance and the power of bridges, how they can both unite and divide. We will move on, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Svetlana Moiseva, who is here from the Luhansk Regional University Scientific Library and also in the Ukrainian Library Association. And Svetlana will talk about Ukrainian libraries as leaders in resilience, social capacity, and community development. Svetlana, you are welcome. Thank you.
Good evening. Ой, не те сказала, вибачте. Good afternoon. Не чути, да? Так, є, да? Угу. Дякую. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Svetlana, and I representing the Ukrainian Library Association in this conference. I am happy to see you, especially our foreign colleagues, here today in this very difficult time for our country. Thank you, and I hope you have a safe and pleasant time here. First, I would like to say a few words about the library network in Ukraine. And this slide shows you the different types of library in our country and how many of them there are. And you can see we have 8 national libraries. And the most, the biggest network are public libraries and educational libraries, library in educational institution. From the start of full invasion until now, libraries have quickly changed to fit the needs of the country. They are taking on new roles so they can keep helping their communities grow in a sustainable way. Created thousands of years ago to support community vitality, libraries today help Ukrainians survive war by we help Ukrainians survive war by providing physical, informational, psychological, and spiritual protection. Ukrainian libraries have become places where our people feel safe and can find a foothold to avoid losing themselves. Librarians, volunteers, readers, and community members are working together to support refugees and those on the front line of the war. This helps create a sense of unity among new community members who have fled their homes to escape the war. And this helps them feel a home in the new place and make them feel safe. We have done similar things in the past. It's not a first situation for us. It began in 2014 when people were first forced to leave the Donetsk and Lugansk regions as well as the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. In accordance with order of the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine dated September 18, 2015, regarding the implementation of the project libraries as community support centers in the context of military retreat, working with internally displaced persons. And since that time, libraries have actively participated in this initiative, particularly in providing information, legal and education support. And on this slide, you can see the example of methodological materials published by Zhytomyr Regional Library in 2015. And now our libraries are continuing and strengthening this work, building on the experience that already exists. Despite these challenges, Ukrainian libraries and communities have demonstrated resilience. Mobile libraries have been established in some war-affected areas to provide access to literature and educational resources. In underground shelters and temporary community spaces, reading initiatives continue. We are opening libraries in model towns for displaced people and in religion buildings. For Ukraine, the idea of library changing locations or working on a wandering format has become a reality. As example, I say some words about my library, where I work as director, Lugansk Regional Universal Scientific Library. We relocated twice. First one, it was in 2014. We relocated our library from Lugansk to small town on the north of Lugansk region, Starobilsk. And second, we relocated our library in 2022. But now in Ukraine, we have some libraries that was relocated from Kherson, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, Donetsk область, да, Донецкая область. Libraries have always played an important role in preserving documentary heritage. But now, as we see our culture object being destroyed, libraries understand the importance of this mission more and more. On the slide, you can see figures about that. You saw these figures when in presentation of Igor. I don't say more about this. Some words about libraries. The destruction of libraries in Ukraine is about more than just destroying buildings. In areas that are occupied, Ukrainian books are being removed from library shelves and replaced with Russian propaganda. Reports of Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communication in 2025 indicate that thousands of Ukrainian language books were destroyed through mass book burning. It's a horrible situation. I never thought that it's possible to burn books. The destruction of Ukrainian libraries and book collection is an attempt to erase the country's historical memory and restrict access to knowledge and Ukrainian language. But our libraries are still standing, and this demonstrated by fact that 157 out of 742 destroyed libraries have already been destroyed, and they work and provide library services for local community. I'm sorry, I have mistake in title of this slide. I now say not about digital literacy, but about preserving documental heritage. Sorry. The processes of serving historical documentary heritage was led by our leading national and state libraries. And this slide shows the largest all-Ukrainian project in this area, which are being implemented with support of Ukrainian Library Association. This is a project for development of National Digital Library, project about mobile station for preserving library collection in Ukraine. And this project is coordinated by Yaroslav Mudry National Library, which is working together with National Library of Czechia. And this project focuses on preservation and conservation of paper book collection. And I think about digital literacy now. Since 2020, the Ukrainian Library Association has been working with the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, and as a result, many libraries have become centers for digital education. The DIA support project, funded by Sweden and implemented by UNDP in Ukraine, began in 2021, just before full invasion of Russia. Its goal is to increase digital competence of Ukrainians and guarantee access to new government digital solutions and services. So DIA, this is a project of our Ministry of Digital Transformation about government service in Ukraine. More than 2,000 digital education hubs are now in Ukrainian libraries. These hubs teach people how to use digital tools and access online administrative services. One of the most pressing problems in Ukraine's society is providing psychological support to all those affected by the war, including civilians and military personnel. Our libraries have organized spaces for veterans and spaces to support mental health. Anyone can come there, and all events are open to all. People can talk about their problem or receive a consultation from psychologists. Meeting with military writers are currently serving with writers who are currently serving in the military are also popular events in libraries. To us, they are living voices of history being made before our eyes. Just at the beginning of this month, the 7th All-Ukrainian Forum of Military Writers was held here in Lviv. It was attended by writers, publishers, and librarians. And since 2015, nearly all Ukrainian libraries have supported and participated in a project called the Library of the Ukrainian Soldiers, which was launched in 2015, I saw. The project goal is to collect and deliver books to military units or in the hospitals. And this is only a small part of what our libraries do today to support and develop local communities. We are actively learning new knowledge and skills to become more useful for our people. We study international experience and reform our library management. Ukrainian librarians are happy to share their experience with European library community, and we are pleased to be here with you. Thank you for your support, for your hearts.
Thank you so much, Svetlana. You have come up with one of my favorite phrases of all time. The library as a territory of emotional goodness. I just love that. I think that's wonderful. That's so powerful. Thank you. It really, really is an honor and a privilege to hear you speaking. Thank you. We have one more speaker before we take a break. This is another colleague from Ukraine. This is Milena Chorna from the Ukrainian Museum Association. And Milena is joining us online. She is talking about relocated museums in Ukraine, safeguarding Ukrainian history, and bringing together communities. Milena, can you hear me okay? Oh, we don't hear you. Hold on. Try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now. So when you are ready, if you would like to speak, and we will show.
Yes.
You're sharing the screen from. No, we will share the screen. Yeah.
Can you hear me like this?
That's fine. Yes, you can start. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you fine. Go ahead.
Great. Just a second, then I'll put my earbuds in. Can you hear me like that?
Yes, we hear you.
Can you hear me like that?
That's perfect, and we see your slides too. Thank you.
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure and an honor to join you, and I'm awfully sorry I am joining you from the field. I'm joining you from the Immigration Museum in Gdynia, as there is a Ukrainian panel here, and I couldn't be in two places at the same time. I wanted to share with you the stories of the relocated museums, and there are two types of relocated museums in Ukraine at present. Could I please have the second slide, the next slide? Thank you. Two types of relocated museums, de jure and de facto, because there are quite a lot of relocated museums de jure and de facto at the same time, the ones that lost their collections and the ones that had to flee from actually from occupation, from the front lines. And the other type is the relocated de facto, not de jure, because their territories, their premises are not occupied yet. But they continue their activities in other parts of Ukraine because they evacuated their collections, which is extremely important. We'll start with the first type, the relocated de jure and de facto ones, the ones that lost their collections sometimes once, sometimes twice. And this is the case of Luhansk Regional Museum of Local Lore, and it has been relocated 3 times at present. Hopefully that will be the last time, and the next time will be their return to Luhansk. But nevertheless, they relocated first from Luhansk in 2014, and they lost their collection because Luhansk was occupied really fast. And then they relocated to Starobisk, and that is another matter I wanted to emphasize, is that Ukrainian museum workers and cultural heritage experts, they do not flee the country. They're so deeply rooted in their communities. They are so deeply connected with their collections that they just do not leave the country. And when they leave, I'm sorry for the noise, when they leave their location, they do not go further than 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers from their initial premises. And that's why the first time they left for Starobisk. It's in Luhansk region. Then they continued their work there. Can I please have the next slide? That's what they did in Starobisk. After they lost the collection, they focused their attention on engaging the communities, engaging the local community, specifically in Starobisk. And they had this small backyard, where they rearranged everything to gather the community and to hold festivals. They held patriotic festivals, film festivals, as you can see in these pictures. And they were actually really effective in that, in engaging the community, in bringing the community together, because the community was actually demoralized. They were already attacked in 2014. But then in 2022, they were occupied within one day again. Can I please have the next slide? Oh, that's part of the festival they had. And this festival was specifically focused on bringing up the spirit and patriotic spirit, actually, of the local inhabitants. The next slide, please. And here's how they worked with children, because when they had to relocate, it was a slightly new community, and they had refugees from Luhansk as well. But it was still their region. One of their main missions is to teach the next generation that might, well, let's be realistic. We never know when these regions will be deoccupied. So we never know when these children will be able to go back where they were born, where their life started, and they have to know, they have to learn their culture and cultural identity. And that's another thing I'll stress out in the second relocation. Can I please have the second slide? The next slide, yes. Well, in Starobisk, the museum not only worked with the community with different kinds of edutainment, education and entertainment, but also dealt with military, with war veterans and with serving soldiers. And that was one of the main reasons the director had to stay behind in occupation, because they had a lot of materials in their museum regarding the veterans. And that meant that Russians could anytime go into the museum, grab these documents and have the addresses of the soldiers, of the veterans, their families, their stories, etc. And that could be, you know, a death sentence for them. So the director stayed behind for a month and a half, almost a month and a half, with her 8-year-old son in order to destroy or hide these documents. But the work with the military was, you know, both-sided, because not only did the museum workers raise the awareness of the veterans and the soldiers regarding the history of their region, but also on the other part, the soldiers and the veterans helped the museum workers complement their collection to document the ongoing war, because as you might well imagine, it is hard to document the ongoing war without the help of the military. So next slide, please. And you can see that the military helped bring to the museum, bring the evidence of the events of the ongoing war. And you might think it's, you know, we collect everything. No, we do not collect everything. It's a precise museological approach. We collect the artifacts that have some history to them, context, regional context, maybe correlated with local warriors, etc. So they, well, actually, they refunded their museum once again after losing it once. But then they had to relocate again. Next slide, please. And that is the second relocation. The second relocation was to Lviv. It was motivated by our horizontal ties, by the network of museum workers, because at some point we realized that, well, we are all by ourselves with the collections. We lost them, we could not evacuate, we have really limited autonomy of museum directors, and you cannot take anything out of the premises without a whole list of signatures and agreements. But Luhansk Museum had partners with whom they had some projects prior to the full-scale invasion. The Museum of Totalitarian Regimes, Territory of Terror in Lviv, and I hope you'll have a chance to visit it. And there was an agreement between the museum colleagues that Olga Hanchar, the director of the Museum of Territory of Terror, will host the refugee museum. They relocated for the second time. And that's when they had exhibitions and mutual, well, cooperation, territory of terror, provided the premises where Luhansk Museum of Local Lore could exhibit what they acquired within the first days after leaving the occupation. And there's this parachute, which, has already made a whole trip across Europe and now is exhibited in the State Aviation Museum in Kiev. This is a parachute with a story that demonstrates that museum workers remain museum workers under any circumstances around them. When Alessia Milovana, the director of the Luhansk Museum, realized that it was time to flee, and the reason she realized it was when the new law, the new rule, the new administration asked her to come for a chat. They promised her quite a lot of money, better conditions, safety, etc., just for her to collaborate. She realized that it was on Friday, and she realized that, well, she'll never collaborate, and that if she goes to that meeting on Monday and she refuses, that might be the last time her child sees her. So she fled the next morning, and with the help of some friends, veterans and soldiers. And while they were waiting for her to come to a meeting point, they saw this Russian plane being shot down, and they saw the pilot catapult. So while they were waiting for Alessia, they browsed the forest. They saw that the pilot catapulted and he must have survived. They browsed the forest. They found him. They brought him to the car, and that's how Alessia evacuated from the occupied territory. On the back seat was her 8-year-old child, and with the Russian shutdown pilot, whom she gave analgesics, well, because he was in pain, but she took away his parachute, and that was her first exhibit. That's how she said. And that Russian pilot was captured, and he was returned. Well, he was in exchange. He was exchanged with our pilots and with our soldiers last year, and now we're laughing because we saw a video on Russian TV where he says that museum workers tortured him. And she said, well, I just gave him, some medicine. Maybe he's afraid of medicine, but he recollects the story that they took away this one lady with a child. She was so aggressive. She took away his parachute, etc. Well, that's not something he said about when he was here in Ukraine, but when in Russia, you say what you have to say. Must be that. Next slide, please. And yes, that's the third relocation. In 2023, they relocated to Kiev, and it is motivated because we have in Kiev, it's first of all, it's a bigger refugee community, internally displaced people from Luhansk region, and almost all of the museums, relocated museums from Luhansk region, they are in Kiev or really next close to Kiev. So they're with their community now. And yeah, and now, well, they have to, without having any exhibition halls and museum premises, they have to seek places to exhibit, and hopefully the museum network helps them in that. You can see the picture from Kharkiv, from Dnipro, that is from Dnipro, and they are making, they could not say the artifacts, but they have some digitized objects and digitized documents, and that's how they make their exhibitions now. These exhibitions are mobile, and it's maybe better because they are easily relocated from one city to another, and they help us not destroy it, but at least slightly ruin the stereotypes that were implemented on us by Soviet propaganda, that Western Ukraine and Eastern Ukraine, it's different Ukrainians and not Ukrainians as in general. these stereotypes, they were, I remember them being a Soviet child, and they're still slightly present in our worldview sometimes, specifically, you know, amongst the broader audience. We tend to perceive, because of these stereotypes, we perceive eastern regions, Donbass, specifically in Luhansk, Donetsk, as industrial regions where they are mostly brought in Russians. The inhabitants are Russian by descent, etc., etc. That was the propaganda that Soviet Union really, you know, imposed on us. It is not so, because apart from industrial parts of Donbass and mines, it's an agrarian region. And these people have been living there for 7-8 generations, at least the ones I know, and there are a lot of them, and they're deeply connected to their land, and it's a great tragedy for them to lose this connection. But at the same time, they try to preserve it in the exhibitions by talking to the community, by communicating with the internally displaced people, in order to, first of all, to demonstrate that they are as much Ukrainians as everyone else in Ukraine, and they are patriotic, they are deeply patriotic, and they have a long-standing history, great history, which actually not all of us know on the state level. So that's their main mission now, being the voices of their people, and at the same time encouraging their community to be brave, although internally displaced. Next slide, please. Yes, you can see how they work. There's Starobisk Regional Hub, humanitarian hub in Kiev, a rather small, a few rooms, a small hub, but it hosts quite a lot of people. And a lot of people have been coming there to listen to the lectures, to watch the videos. And Luhansk Museum of Local Lore continuously organizes such events on a volunteer basis, in order for their community not only to unite, but to raise the awareness about their self-worthiness. It is important when you're internally displaced. It is important to realize that you are as valuable as anyone else. Next slide, please. Yes, and that is how they work in Kyiv now in 2025. We collaborate inter-museum collaboration. For instance, you can see the exhibition Downed, actually, I believe that's the correct translation, shut down, downed. The exhibition is in the State Aviation Museum of Oleg Antonov, and it represents all these missiles and drones that never reached their aim, never reached their target. They were shot down by the armed forces of Ukraine, and once these artifacts abound, these museum objects, already there is the parachute and also the seat, the catapult seat, which wasn't exhibited prior to that, as a symbol of defeat. And a lot of people come see this exhibition because it's some kind of inner overcoming the enemy, I believe you might call it so. When you see something that never reached you and got destroyed before that, well, it gives you some certainty in the future. Next slide, please. Yes, well, that's how they act, the community, Luhansk community. Next slide, please. Yes, and international collaboration, taking part in international conferences, exhibitions, etc. Next slide, please. And Slavyansk Museum of Local Lore, that's the second type. That is de jure, not relocated. They are in Slavyansk, still in Slavyansk, but the artifacts are evacuated. Next slide, please. So the museum team works at the cities that hosted them, making exhibitions, and you can see the exhibition is art exhibition. They asked painters to paint the architecture of Slavyansk by memory, what they remember, and these are really bright, and sunny pictures, and that's how they the new communities get acquainted with the culture of Slavyansk. Next slide, please. Yes, that's another one in Polytechnical Museum in Kiev. Next slide, please. Yes, talking to the children, raising awareness about the value of your connection with your ancestors and with your land. Next slide. Yes, also we changed the roles and we became hubs, humanitarian hubs, and we continue to do that, helping not only our fellow museum workers, colleagues from other museums, but also the refugees and yes, and our communities. Next slide, please. Yes, and that's apart from the museum job, that's what they do in order to make people acquainted with their region. They bring people there because they know how to avoid, well, mostly, hopefully, know how to avoid danger. Those willing to risk, for instance, here you see in foreign tourists, they bring them there and show them not only the horrors of war, but the beauty of their countryside. Next slide, please. Yes, and they document the war. They document the war continuously. And yes, next slide, please. And yes, the same, collaborating on an international level and sharing their stories, which is, I believe it's really important because we have the experience which hopefully you will never have, fingers crossed. But that is the experience you'd better hear about in order to be prepared. That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry if I took longer than expected. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Milena, and our greetings to all of our colleagues across the sector, and thank you for joining us. Friends, we will take a coffee break. If you could come back at 4:05, if that's okay, 20 minutes to take a break for refreshments, and also look at the exhibition and write your hopes on the tree. Thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. Thank you, and to all the speakers. So, welcome back for our final session, which is a short session around reflections, really, on all the different things that we have heard. And Henry and I are just going to have a very, very short moment of sharing our own reflections and what it is that's really struck us. We were both invited to be facilitators for this event, which is a real honour. So Henry, I mean, are you able to encapsulate what's been the key thing for you today?
Sure. I mean, I think for me, what I've heard in many different ways is about the potential for heritage and culture to be part of peace building, peacemaking, but to say that it is, at the same time, it's both quite strong and quite fragile. And in the way I would, I didn't bring it today because I forgot it. The thing I would have brought was a feather, because I think a feather is it's both at the same time quite strong and quite fragile. And I think when we think of culture and heritage and so on, we can either think of it in the very broad sense of, how it is in the streets, in the communities, and in villages, or also how it is in the institutions, and the connection between those two things. Because museums and libraries, they're not separate from the world, they're part of it, so they face the same challenges that we see more widely. But the other thing that really strikes me is that at the end of the day, it comes down to people. It comes down to people, whether it's as individuals, in networks and collectives such as this, and how we can do the work in a way that helps us to thrive, but not in a way that is very heavy for us. So how we kind of protect ourselves, how we support one another. That's my reflection.
I really appreciate that, Henry. Thank you. I love the way that you talk about both the fragility and the strength of libraries, museums, cultural organizations, and the fragility and the strength of where we are when we're thinking about peace and conflict and peace building. These are such problematic terms. And for me, I always, when I'm at events like this, I always like to reimagine words. The language is so powerful, and I become so aware of it in an international context. And there are just 2 or 3 words that have really jumped out of today for me. The first one of those is the word hope. Because I've mentioned this to some people already. I think that the idea of hope is something that we really need to reclaim. Hope is not something that just, not the idea that, oh, don't worry, it's going to be okay. That to me is not hope at all. And to say that, to even offer that to anybody who is going through what our colleagues in Ukraine are going through, what the people of Ukraine, of Gaza, of so many other places are going through day in, day out, I think would be just so inappropriate. And I like to think of hope as being how we show up today. That we have agency. That every day, in every situation, we can make a choice about, yes, this is the situation. What am I going to do? What is my response? And that, to me, is a hope that I can both understand and I feel I could share. So that's the first word. And the second one was quite an early contribution this morning about curiosity, about being curious. And I love that phrase as well, curiosity, because I think to be curious, we have to go out of our comfort zone. Curiosity is a physical thing. First, it's like that feeling. It usually is in my stomach. When I'm, ooh, what's that? Or, I feel it in the body before I even begin to think of the words. And that sense of moving out of the comfort zone. There we go. Well, do you mean to say people didn't hear all those wonderful words of wisdom? I'm not going to repeat them. But that would be the second one for me, would be that a sense of curiosity as being an embodied reaction, and then again thinking about, I'm going to move, I am deliberately going to take myself out of my comfort zone. I'm going to be uncomfortable, because if I'm uncomfortable, I'm learning. So those are the things that have struck me. Anything else you'd like to share, Henry?
Just as a kind of last reflection for me would be about, I mean, just how kind of amazing it is to be here, and there was, you mentioned before about the power of words and how we should use them very carefully, because one of the ones I'd written down was about humility, that about having the humility that none of us have all of the answers, but we all have some of them. You know, the humility about coming here to a place that's going through a very terrible experience, and, you know, at least, you know, the least we can do is to learn from that and to stand up for one another. I think that would be my last reflection. Thank you.
That was one of mine as well. Humility, and I like that word. I love that word, actually, because of the root of it. It comes from humus, from the ground. And to be truly humble, we have to get right back down to our roots and right back down to what matters, you know, the earth and the soil and everything that we share. So our reflections for what they are worth. And we would like, Henry is now going to invite you to spend a bit of time, and also those of you who are joining us online, if you could also respond to these questions by writing answers into chat or your thoughts into chat, that would be immensely helpful.
Whether you want to talk about it with the person next to you, if you want to take a little bit of time yourself, but certainly make some notes in your notebooks, because we'll return to this tomorrow in the workshop. So there are 4 questions. What has been the most important thing that you have heard today? What are the main challenges in mobilizing culture and heritage for peace building, resilience, whatever you want to refer to? What are you thinking that you might want to do after today? When you go back to work, what might you want to do? And the last one is, what is the first step to make that happen? So even if we can't think of the whole journey of it, if we can think of what the first step might be, that might help us. Is that clear? Excellent. So clarity is good. So we have 10 minutes, and this is supposed to just a reflection that we can come back to tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you so much for that reflection time. There is one person in the room who's been basically working non-stop. You've probably noticed. In fact, Biber and I had to force her to eat. But I'm going to invite her to come back up because I think we all know that Inga is such an incredible person and such a force. To the extent that she's going to tell you that there's even more exciting things to look forward to. So Inga, do tell us what's happening next.
Yes, but first of all, really let me thank you from all my heart. I'm happy to work for this project and for this partnership, and every new partner that has joined the project since 2020 has brought so much, and today again we saw so many more powerful people from museums and libraries. And I actually, when we were drafting this conference program together, I didn't hope it would turn into something so strong and so powerful, and I'm really happy and privileged to be part of this brave and courageous and determined community of museum and library people. Really, thank you. And it's true that we're not ending with this conference. The project still has nice things to offer. And in autumn, September, October, and November, we will be organizing a series of webinars on localizing SDGs in museums and libraries. And those will be based on the guide that Henry McGee wrote in the previous part of the project in 2023. And these webinars will be facilitated by these two great moderators of today, Diana Walters, Henry McGee. So you will have a chance to meet them again and again and learn from them, talk to them. And these webinars are really meant for you, for everyone out there listening to us, to not only share and to learn from each other, but to build something new together. So our ideal plan would be that during joining these webinars and in between the webinars, you would team up with your colleagues from museums and libraries, maybe from museums and libraries from other countries in the partnership, and try to build something new together that would really foster peace and resilience in the places where you are, because the project is about being localizing the big goals. So thanks again. I really hope to see you online in autumn again.
Thank you, Inga. Thank you for all that you do. I would like to invite Anton to come and join me at the front. Yes, you, sir. The handsome fellow who's been hiding at the back of the room. It's my great pleasure to introduce you to Anton Barabulia. Anton, we are so thrilled to be here in Ukraine. And it's wonderful that you have spent today with us. You must be a very, very busy man. We know that you are the Deputy Secretary General of the National Commission of Ukraine for UNESCO. Without your support, this wouldn't be happening, and thank you for all that you do. And it would be an honor if you would make a few closing remarks for us at the end of our day together.
Yes, of course. Just now?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this inspiring and insightful conference, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you, speakers, panelists, participants, and organizers, for your commitment, your ideas, and your shared vision. Before drawing the conference to a close, I want to take a moment to reflect on the powerful conversations, inspiring studies, and collaborative spirit we've witnessed today. Localizing SDGs through museums and libraries. was not just a theme, it was a call to action. Ask your museum, ask your library. We explored how cultural institutions are uniquely positioned to translate the global language to the Sustainable Development Goals into local impact. The conference has not only deepened our understanding of how the SDGs can be effectively localized, but also reminded us that progress happens when knowledge meets collaboration. The stories, strategies, and solutions we've shared here will serve as a catalyst for further action in our own communities and institutions. We've heard from passionate, expressive, and even artistic professionals, seen innovative programs and identify practical pathways for aligning our work. But most importantly, we've strengthened a network. A community committed to change, driven by cultural heritage and civic engagement. Peace building, what a nice word, what a noble aim. And you have proven today how important heritage preservation is in this much needed process. It was nice to see today in this hall friends, colleagues, like-minded people who, not just with words, but with real deeds, prove their devotion to the ideals of friendship and truly demonstrate a firm desire to extend a helping hand in our difficult times. Today, we've heard the phrase, occupied territories. This is our common pain, but nevertheless, we use the phrase temporarily occupied territories. It is our strong position, and it is our faith that we will return what rightfully belongs to us, and we wish it to you. Our Latvian colleague, Baiba, mentioned the Russification in the Soviet times. I dare to remind that Russians turn libraries into hotbeds of Russification and propaganda. Let's remember about it. And let's remember about the burned books. Burned because they were written in Ukrainian. I would like to express special gratitude to our esteemed colleagues from the Latvian National Commission for UNESCO for your invaluable assistance in organizing this important conference. Dear friends, you have proven that national commissions for UNESCO compose the very bridge that serves to directly implement the ideas and aspirations of this important organization and its aims and ideals, to establish friendly relations for the sake of mutual support. Your contribution to the preservation of cultural heritage and the development of institutions that are centers of knowledge and memory is of great importance to the entire community. Thanks to your support, we were able to bring together experts, discuss current challenges, and develop solutions that will contribute to the preservation and restoration of cultural heritage. Let's leave here inspired not just to implement ideas, but to lead with purpose. Let's continue to collaborate across borders, share our successes and failures, and keep the momentum alive. Let's carry forward the energy, creativity, and commitment from this conference into our daily practice. On behalf of the Secretariat of the National Commission of Ukraine for UNESCO, I would like to thank all our speakers, partners, and participants for your contributions and dedication. Realizing the situation in Ukraine, you have all gathered here today because you realize the importance of such events for the preservation of national identity, for the sake of stability, and for the sake of victory. And let it be our common victory. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anton. Thank you so much for being here, for those wonderful and inspiring words. And he mentioned our final speaker this afternoon, Baiba Molnica, who is the Secretary General of the National Commission of Latvia for UNESCO. The final words are yours, Baiba. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Dear colleagues, dear friends, really on my way to Lviv, I was reading a book, a story book of Ukraine authors written in the conditions of war. Baiba Ivane put this book on the table for exhibition. You are welcome to read it, Latvian, but also to note authors. And among those stories, I found one, it's written by Lupko Dereš, and he realized and describes the power what Ukrainians use in conditions of war as gentle power. That means that this power stands on morality, stands on values. This is not a power of destruction, but this is a power of trust, of unity, of sharing, and believing that light always overcomes dark. And I truly believe that people here in this audience and those who are watching us on screen, on the other side of the screen, are really united in trust that things what we are doing in our everyday life, by being librarians, by being museum workers, by being heritage experts, and by being institutional leaders, we are all united by feeling that we are proving existence of this gentle power by ensuring that societies could be sustainable, resilient, and really peaceful. I would like to say and to remind you that this is not a final stage, but this is a starting point of the third phase of this very, very interesting project, localizing of sustainable development goals. And that's why I would like to ask you whether maybe somebody of you are runners. Are you running somewhere in the evenings, or maybe somebody run marathon? Are there any runners in this room? Runners? Okay. I am running in evenings, and I always know that when you are taking your distance, you think you will take a very short distance, but the logic says and the fact says that you always could make more as you thought before. I would like to encourage you during this project, under guidance of our brilliant leaders, please assure that you can do more tomorrow as you did today. This could be my really wish for all of you. And now I am going to conclude with my Thanksgiving ceremony. And for a Thanksgiving ceremony, of course, I would like to thank everyone from our project group, all participants from museum associations, all participants from library association, and as Baiba rightly mentioned, for librarians association as well, for being with us, for working with us. I would like also to thank all national commissions, starting with Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, Baltic countries, for being with us, for supporting us. I would like also to thank our technicians for today. by doing their work and connecting our world with world on screen. And that's I'm coming for special thanks for some special people. And I would like to start with, of course, with my colleague Anton on Ukraine. And please, this is the peace bird for your National Commission and for your president. Take it back home. And then I will follow by guess whom, our brilliant moderators and Diana and Henry. This is for you. And now, have anyone from you seen the movie Forrest Trump and remember this classical saying of his mother, so life is like a box of chocolate. You never know what will happen next. But what we know for sure, that this event today, this conference today, couldn't be possible without existence of two brilliant ladies and their assistants. So you see, right in my hands, two boxes of chocolates. One is pure Ukraine. Another is pure Latvian. And this first one, goes to Ukraine. Alexandra and her team, Lviv Hub. Alexandra, please come to the stage. These ladies. Yeah. Come, please come.
I will share with them.
Yeah, will share. Alexander, thank you for welcoming. Thank you for your all efforts. We would really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Really.
And I guess that at this particular moment, we ask Inga also to come because these are Ukraine chocolate. Very prepared for you, Inga. So our sisters in chocolate, you know. So thank you, colleagues. And with these final words, I guess that this is end for today, but it's not the end of project, not at all. And can I invite you and ask to make a family photo at the moment? So thank you, dziękuję. Yeah. See you again. Thank you.